Hello, 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 and hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Feedback Friday. I'm your host, Jacob. We're back. Combo. Uh, if I end up streaming next week, we'll have gone for it. We'll have connected for. So we're back again. Um, Third time in a row. We're going to be continuing picking up where we left off last week, working on a very fun Trapskin, entirely designed by you all from the live chat. Uh, and sorry, I know a lot of people were looking forward to having Dave stream, but he has, there's just been some scheduling stuff, so he's going to be handling it next week. And I won't be here. I'll be off cottage countrying with the family and all that fun stuff. He also has some stuff that he wants to share, so that should be fun, interesting. But yeah, so if you're new to the art streams or kind of haven't caught one of these live, or you're watching it as a VOD on YouTube, basically what we do here is work on cool artwork together live. I take comments and feedback from the chat and kind of put it into the work. Also, I try and should have it set up today to have a kind of screen kind of recording session going, or rather, the program I draw in actually kind of captures that. So at the end of the stream today, we should end up kind of rewatching the entire creation, including all the sketches of the other kind of trap ideas we came up with. So if you're here to just watch the art come together real fast, like, you can skip all the way to the end. But otherwise, if you're here now live, hanging out, welcome. Thanks for joining me, and I look forward to kind of the creation we work on today. I think it's going to go kind of more full stream today. I actually want to render as much out as I can, potentially taking it from, sketch to kind of, like 95% complete. Just kind of need to, take a look at it with fresh eyes the next week and kind of implement it then. But let's see. Okay, so we ended up last week concepting out like at least 10 different ideas. So let's see. Some of these are, oh yeah, there's like droid being smushed by the world. Um, got the luggage from Discworld idea. I want to use this, but on a different kind of, like an actual treasure chest or something would make more sense. I like the idea though. We got a kind of spooky pumpkin drawn carriage thingy. Uh, Another kind of wagon concept. I vetoed both of those because the slack, is it slack? The law trap. It's better suited for that kind of design. Um, we got a very kind of like fun uh, mad scientist kind of laboratory. This one I'm pretty keen on. Also, I looked on on the Discord. Kind of someone posted like a bunch of the sketches and they voted on those. This one was very highly rated. It actually came in second place, so that's pretty sweet. This one took the win, and I'm also very excited about it because this one's my favorite out of the batch. I think it's the most silly and fun, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun creating this one. So we'll come back to this. Uh, had a kind of like sentient boiling cauldron that had burst out of its shell and likely bursts through walls, leaving a cutout of its form and having some kind of catchphrase of like, that's spicy or something as it bursts through. Got a goblet of blood. Could be fun, but also let's just kind of bring that into this one. Have this kind of like goblet action. There you go. Got it covered. So there was that. This one's just exploding cauldron. Less interesting. This one's pretty fun. Didn't get as many votes, but the trio of well, actually, maybe it's just because it's only a duo of droids and Cauldron as a character. I do like Cauldron as a character. It's kind of fun. So I know that Hot Top won, but there is part of me that's like, maybe. Got a Larry helmet. Got just kind of sinus attacked skull. Let's see. Sorry, I haven't actually looked at the chat. So I did end up leaving because in the Discord players were voting. So instead of having the team decide, I'm leaving it to the community, and you have picked the hot tub costume party. So that one, I'm glad, because that one was my favorite out of all of them, anyways. And I was like, I want to do that one. So I'm gonna go with the community's choice. Ooh, welcome, Holly. Glad you could make it. First time watcher. All right. All the cool kids are here live. Correct. Some new ideas. Cursed candy bowl bobbing. A fishbowl with a shark droid. Tribal cult worshipping a cauldron godhead. Or a gumball machine could be cool. Upside down diver helmet. All pretty good ideas. It's just like, the reality is there is just an infinite potential for cool ideas, especially during Halloween, because it's just like, just spooky, silly characters are a lot of fun, or like, scenes. So, we could literally spend weeks just coming up with really cool concepts. But we already have kind of whipped up a whole bunch, and made a decision. Oh, yeah, the genie one. So we can, of course, potentially influence future kind of like iterations of this design. So not iterations, but like as we're working on this, we'll continue to kind of like develop the idea, and I will be taking feedback as I illustrate it. But yeah, we're not kind of like trying to figure out what we're doing. Today we're rendering out what we've come up with and trying to make it look good. So there's a couple of things to resolve at this stage, I guess. First of all, I'm going to take this folder, bring it out here. Trapskin sketches. So we can just kind of tuck that away. Whoop. Actually, I need that layer below. All right, so how we shall proceed. Sorry, just getting my file set up how I need it. I'll put that as background. Okay. Cool. And usually I knock the sketch down quite a bit. I think I'll need to wash out that original trap a bit more. Okay, so we can maybe refine the sketch a little bit, just because where we had taken it was like really, really rudimentary, because I was looking to explore more ideas. I didn't want to kind of like dwell on the design for too long. But there's probably some things I want to clean up on it before we actually kind of like move to the rendering portion. So I guess we can just kind of look around, see if there's kind of like specific details that need tuning. Added on the gate to your idea. Yeah, no, the gate, I think, helps with this kind of like storytelling, right? Uh, like it's more clear that they are visiting, someone's abode to do the trick or treating, and I think that's awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna just do like a little bit of tweaking of the shapes as one does. I just need to kind of like discover, okay, what are the kind of like details that I need for when I start rendering stuff out. I think the eye needs to kind of come in a bit more. It's important when you're working on an illustration to have a good foundation to do your image off of, right? It's like if you're building some kind of structure, right? You don't want a rickety kind of foundation because no matter how pretty you do your kind of interior decorating or kind of like how well you can, do drywall or whatever, if your foundation is, not stable, no matter what you do, you can't kind of make it very quality. Might have a house that's going to fall over. So what I want to do is just go around and just kind of like make sure that the sketch is working. All the shapes are kind of like taking the correct amount of space and stuff, and just make it easier to kind of move forward from this point, as opposed to if I start to render it and then realize, oh, the dimensions of this are just way off. It just means I have to like undo work I had already done, and that's just inefficient. So I'm just gonna kind of go around and just make it look a little more clean. A lot of the time in kind of the art world, this is called like the linear phase. So like you'll have your concepts, your like roughs, if you would, where it's like almost even just kind of like thumbnail kind of drawings of, some kind of concept of like, it's, a droid gunslinger cowboy thing, and it's just like so rough, but like you're like, okay, that concept, I like this direction, let's see how that goes. And then you get more of a kind of like sketch that's really rough, and then you wouldn't even necessarily like use this portion for approval. You'd kind of be like, okay, this is for me to solve kind of the idea that I'm working with. And so I would take this a little further, which is literally the stage we're doing right now, and kind of create the linear of it. And this would be kind of like where it can go from this form to the drawing more directly. So like the line work, if you're doing line work, is kind of more resolved. And it depends on who you're working with and how you like to work. Like the rough concepts are actually maybe the thing that is more kind of like left to the artist to decide on, and then the rough sketch, this is what would be kind of like approved, as we kind of have experienced with our flow here. Yeah. But yeah, you don't want to like work on cleaning up a sketch that is just in the wrong direction completely, right? So depending on kind of like the parameters of the work, you would kind of have different stages that you go through to kind of be efficient. So yeah. Ooh, yeah, okay. I like the idea of making the gates creepy looking. That's totally doable. Like giving it like more of a gothic kind of flair, wrought iron with kind of like spikes or even kind of skulls or whatever, like making it really kind of old, crusty, dangerous to kind of like, you know, ride your bike into. That's always the case, but um, yeah, just making it a little more spooky to fit the theme. Cobwebs. Uh, this kind of gate should never be opened by mere mortals, kind of deal. But here they come floating on in with their silly costumes, oblivious to the danger that they are in. That kind of gate. I like it. Okay, but don't worry, they got a knight to protect them and a vampire to be suave, and a land shark because they're cool. So they're good. They're gonna be fine. Nothing bad could happen to these three droids. So, okay, question. This is a hot tub, we've established. Uh, it is an enchanted floating hot tub, correct? That is what we're going for here. We like that. Is there, like, is it a walking hot tub? Is it a hovering magically? Is it alive? These are things that I must know. Okay, so the stairs here, I'm kind of wondering if I want to change the like angle on them. They could be potentially more off to the side, right? Woo. Kind of sticking out to the side. Bop, bop, bop. Or they could be more kind of in perspective with the base. Because right now it's somewhere in between, and I'm not totally sold on it. Now, one thing about the way that I sketched it, and I think we are kind of maybe leaning in this direction, and it's maybe fine. It's a hopping tub. One giant foot. Oh no. I mean, when you said that, I thought of Baba Gaga's chicken hut with the little chicken legs. Good fun. But we have the location that does that, so I don't know if we need to like one, on a trap. Floating hot tub is fun. I agree. Okay, let's see. Lots of good ideas. Yeah, thanks, Christian. We should probably only render 10 ideas max. Yeah, there was some chat in the Discord saying, like, why pick just one? Let's do all of these ideas. They're all fun. And as much as I'm into that idea, that's definitely, we'll keep making, as long as we run this event the way it is, where it's like you need the boiling cauldron because boy oh boy you get a lot more free potions from wielding it. By the way, if you're kind of like gonna be playing the event, which I imagine you are, and you're unaware, there is a trap and base that you get from the Boiling Cauldron event, the Gloomy Greenwood location that comes out during Halloween, where when you have both of those equipped together, mice in the event location start dropping just kind of random potions, and the base gives you an extra of those potions. So you can get a lot of kind of like just random potions that, you may not need, but they're free. So, and also like event mice and stuff, they're weak. So you can kind of like enjoy equipping kind of whatever traps you want, and you can generally get away with that. So just in case you didn't know how that worked, this is why creating trap skins for this trap specifically is definitely a requested thing, because during that event everyone is going to be wielding this trap, and currently there's three incredibly good trap skins for this trap, right? This is the original trap that we're working on here, um, and these are all amazing. Lauren illustrated all these, I believe. So I was very excited to kind of get an opportunity to work on a trap skin for this trap because it's just fun. I like big simple shapes. Like I love the spring egg hunt for just getting to render materials and stuff. So nice kind of like simple traps that you can just kind of take in all kinds of directions and just go crazy with are really fun. And this one's definitely taking the cake on that. I mean, look what we're creating here today. It's just insane. Okay, so I'm going to try and keep on top of the chat a little better than I usually do. Last week, it went better because I was actually properly engaging with the chat, so I'm going to try and do that more. Oh, thank you, Mai. Yeah, art streams are so cozy. I love that. Yeah, I know that a number of people actually just tune in to have me ramble in the background while they're doing their whatever, going about their day. And then kind of a fun thing about the way that my streams work is you can just kind of like look over every once in a while and just see how it's progressed. So today we're kind of coming in, looking at just this sketch, and by the end of the day, hopefully it will be kind of completely rendered. We'll see how it goes. I can't promise it's going to be an incredibly good art day, which it would require for it to get to that point. But we'll see. We'll see. Also, just a little note that those who are here live, I will stream like basically as long as I can today. I tend to go for many hours, but at 1 p.m. my time, it is currently 11:22. I will be going on an hour-long break to recharge my batteries and fuel up. But then I'll return and we will continue to work on the illustration. And generally, like the way that my kind of cadence works for the streams is I try to kind of like have base kind of like flat colors structured and ready to go by the time I start lunch, so that when I come back, then it's kind of just like getting into the rendering. We might start that a little earlier because our sketch is already kind of mostly there. But yeah. Also, actually, just for funsies, let's enjoy kind of last week's progress by watching our time lapse and just see kind of how that all came together. Just kind of like looking through all the quick ideas. Maybe there should be some spiders on the steps and cobwebs. We could totally do that. Having them hanging out somewhere at least. Environment around the hot tub could be a graveyard scene. Ooh. Yeah. I mean, we're going to have to do like some kind of background for the piece, and so having, like creepy trees or a graveyard or something, like that is definitely a kind of good idea to kind of add to the storytelling, the atmosphere, all that. All right. Looks like we've already caught up. I did have it only set to be like the minute-long recap. If I do it all, it's about the same amount of time. All right. So I just wanted to kind of like rewatch that real quick. Okay, so oh, I gotta actually keep up with the chat. I've fallen behind. Yeah, floating hot tub is fun. Bubbles from the jets make it float. Yeah, okay. Hopping tub. Tub could be a costume itself with a bunch of droid legs sticking out of the bottom. I mean, yeah, the idea is it is still a cauldron, right? So it's a big kind of vessel that holds liquid. So a hot tub is just a different version of a cauldron. It's like a cauldron for people to kind of get inside and be slowly cooked. Uh, so that's kind of fun. A KFC bucket with chicken legs. Yeah, I definitely want there to be like lots of water kind of spilling over the side from these droids, kind of just in the cauldron, if you will. Um, Maybe they're sitting in a giant fondue set. We did explore the cheese fondue concept. One of the ideas was to have kind of like a spooky table setting, um, you know, but we ended up drawing some droids, and droids are pretty fun. They tend to be the pick. Uh, yeah, yeah. The other trapskins are just so good. Yeah, making like a nice stew gumbo thingy. We got ourselves a pumpkin spice latte because that is like illegal to have on the menu unless it's like autumn, apparently. And uh, one of the most awesome monster traps, the creature from the Black Lagoon. Um, I really liked that series we did where it was like, classic monsters. It was a lot of fun. This year, I've been seeing the other artists working on their pieces, and they're so good. So I think you're all going to have a very uh, full roster of cool traps to enjoy. As always, they're very skilled and very, very cool looking. But Halloween especially tends to have some of my favorites. Because I suppose like I'm a big, I love Halloween. I think it's a lot of fun. Um, but also just like the themes that you get access to is just so wide and creative that, yeah, how would you not end up with really neat trapskins to enjoy? Okay, so let's see what's kind of needing addressing. I think that the stairs are maybe a little bit off for me. I'm also trying to decide like what are the correct ellipses for this hot tub. I want it to be kind of like tilting forward so we're looking down at it, right? So I think I need the angle to be kind of like more wide, which helps the stairs look a little more correct. Like if I draw a band around this, I mean we can even turn it into like a big wooden barrel, honestly, like more classically, and that would actually kind of fit the cauldron shape somewhat better. If it's more like a big old like whiskey barrel looking thing. It feels a little more kind of classic. May not be your classic hot tub, but it seems like this is what the droids would kind of find to turn into a hot tub, if you will. So it's tilting quite a bit. We got more water kind of sloshing off the side, which is good. These bubbles are a little distracting right now. No, why must there be spiders? There must. It's not a requirement. Evidence of spiders is a must. Cobwebs are a must. That's just how the season works. But we don't need to actually have spiders in there. I know a lot of people are pretty icked out by them, and I am as well usually. So unless they're extremely adorable looking somehow, we'll not do a spider this time. Okay. So if we have that kind of a tilt, maybe. Something a little more like that. It's just, I kind of really, really roughly had scribbled the stairs, and the perspective on them is very not good. I'm not sure it's much better at the moment. Alright. Also, I'm like, not sure if I like the stairs being quite this solid. Maybe. They're kind of like strapped onto it. If it is this kind of like barrel looking thing. Alternately, we could try a rope ladder instead of the stairs. Not, yeah. Not that the floating stairs don't fit the silliness aspect. I actually think, yeah, the rope ladder is not a terrible idea. I think that would actually fit the kind of like vibe a little better than just kind of like these weird kind of sticky outy stairs. So I'm gonna try that. I'm actually going to just duplicate this layer and hide it so that I can just kind of come back to it if I really don't like how that looks. Also, I'm going to bring up the base trap a little bit because I want to kind of like reference, okay, how does that actually look? Because we've kind of like probably drifted pretty far off from the original shape. So maybe we need to kind of like take a quick peek at that, see just how that old one looks. Okay. So we can see that it's kind of moved over in general. Not the end of the world for it to do that, but maybe we'll try and kind of like bring it back to that spot. Well, it's not that far off. It has grown in size, but that's okay too, because I want to, you know, have enough room for the details we're putting in. I think as long as, you know, when you look at this, you're like, yeah, I see how that's for that trap. Okay, so this is just like a wash tub right now for like old school laundering. Or yeah, they're in a candy apple bobbing thing or something. I don't know. Candy apples and like bobbing for candy apples seems like a bad idea just because they would be dissolving in the water. Or is it just called bobbing for candy apples because you bob for apples and then you get a candy apple as a reward? I don't know. I did it when I was a kid, so don't remember. All right. So a little kind of like ladder strapped onto the side. And actually, with it being a rope ladder, it kind of makes sense for a floating thing, just because it's like they could drift over other kind of party goers and be like, "Hey, climb aboard." So that's kind of fun. It kind of works for this kind of like weird floating thing to have like a helicopter ladder style device. Okay. It's even more weird and whimsical, honestly. Like even though the floating stairs is like, you know, is just strange. Uh, the rope ladder just fits the story a little better, but also is weird. I love it. Who made this? Probably one of these droids. Like, I have an idea for a fun time, guys. Let's make this wash basin float, fill it with warm water, uh, and hang out in it in silly costumes while going and, you know, harassing locals for candy. Seems about right. Maybe they like stole this from like a treehouse. Bunch of rascals, these guys. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I like the rope ladder a lot. I think that's the winner. Okay, so I'm also gonna have like the rope frayed at the bottom. Get rid of those. Yeah. Pretty alright. Okay. So that's not bad. We'll clean up these planks. But it doesn't need to be like super clean for me to move on from this. Basically, when I block in the flats, the kind of just different objects as just kind of like flat colors. Um, that's generally where I refine the shapes of things and decide, okay, this is, you know, taking up this shape, this angle, all that, and can kind of just refine from there. All right, let's hide the gate for a moment while I kind of try and make this last step work. Okay. So the band now. I think I'm going to move that up to be right in the middle. Then we should be pretty close to being able to kind of move on from this phase into kind of blocking in our flats. Okay. So yeah, the ellipses, the shapes of the barrel are actually not that good. They don't quite work. I'll try and kind of like do this justice real quick by, let's grab our ellipse tool. Let's grab like a color, and we'll try to, actually, let's see, I should have a drawing. There we go, elliptical tool, outlined. Okay, move that down there, and if I duplicate this, maybe scale it up just a smidge. Okay, and then let's try an ellipse like that. Whoops. Should be on a new layer apparently. Okay, maybe something like that, and like that. Let's bring back our cauldron and try and kind of at least move it over top of where the cauldron should be. So maybe the shape needs to be a little closer to that. I think if I move this up, there we go. It's a little bit better. Okay. So hide that, bring this back. And so we can see just kind of like how it doesn't exactly line up. Pot of Greed from Yu-Gi-Oh! So let's just fix that a little bit. Now, one thing I will say about the kind of like design sense of MouseHunt is we don't, or at least I find that we don't always kind of like adhere to like clean lines of things. Like if there is a straight kind of edge to an object, it might be like hand drawn to be, you know, fairly straight, but it's like not perfect. It's a little bit wonky. And so, you know, I won't necessarily be like, oh, it has to be, you know, this perfect ellipse shape. I like it to kind of have a little bit more organic shape. Okay, unfortunately the way that this lines up, we're losing the back edge, but we're gonna have more at the front, so might need to shift some characters around, which already this fin is kind of creating a tangent in the drawing, so that's got to change. But we have more kind of like room to be immersed in a hot tub, which is good. Also, if I kind of break vampire here out onto their own layer, we can make some necessary adjustments, which is good. Alright, so cut and paste in place, and we'll shift you down. Great. Now they kind of are using the top step to like rest their drink, which seems like something that they would do. Pretty good, pretty good. Can also kind of shift the mode. Nah, I don't want to block Shark Droid. So that's not bad. Erase that a little bit. Cool. Okay. Let's bring this back. Okay, now Shark Droid, you can actually move up in the world. Maybe more like that. Okay, and Larry Droid. Can just kind of scooch up a little bit as well to just make it easier to kind of have all the characters in frame. Great. Okay, that droid hand doesn't work anymore. And go back to this layer. Now, technically, like, at this point, I should be kind of rendering each of these things on their own kind of distinct layers. Like, this could be the hot tub layer, and each of these droids have their own layer. We kind of broke them apart to do that a bit better. Okay, so Larry Droid, you can have a hand here. Or not. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe they're just kind of like leaned at the edge. I think I'll need to fill in the water to kind of like get a good idea. But this is where we're going to need to move on from the sketch, I think, to kind of really get a good sense of how this works. Okay, let's go back to this. Let's get the center band on this hot tub barrel. Okay, let's hide that. All right. Pretty much at the point where we can start to render out things. Get some water sloshing over the side, of course. All right, let's see. Transparent hot tub with fishes swimming inside. Ah, timing. Yeah. Ba -ba -ba. Shark needs a candy apple in its fin. Could be visiting the gates of the mausoleum or the wall of the cursed city. Yeah, that's true. It could be like they're going to a location in the game. That's kind of fun. Hmm. Yeah, adjusting the position of the vampire droid to face the back of Larry droid could be better, similar to the shark droid. I do kind of want to shift them around a little bit, to be fair. else I think maybe. Well, again, like, I think we're at the point where blocking in the shapes and colors are really going to help us kind of determine how these need to be positioned. But yeah, like the angle of where they're sitting maybe needs to be shifted. Um, they do seem like they're crowding Larry Droid a little bit, but he's also kind of like coming to the edge and leaning over, whereas clearly Vampire was just kind of already occupying the ladder area with the drink holding. So, you know. Alright. Can actually shift it down even more, though. That might be better here. Yeah, I think I like that. Okay. Overall, I think that reads better now. Oh yeah. Do I have the overlay? No, I don't have like the overlay on this file currently. But that's a good point. There is kind of like a thing, the on mobile, the like golden shield active kind of like overlays there. We also end up with kind of like auras that kind of take space here. Um, and so that's just something to consider, as you know, we'll kind of end up blocking the image a little bit. So we could justify just kind of drifting over a little bit more, like so. It'll still, you know, look like that trap. Um, I just don't want Shark to be covered up by the spooky aura, because like during Halloween, there is just kind of like the aura gets slapped there, even if you don't even have it active. I believe it's just kind of like, hey, you can get this right now, kind of thing. So let's try to avoid covering up that fin. All right, but at any rate, I think we are good to move on from the sketch. I feel like there's enough defined to kind of go forward from that. So let's start to block in our shapes. And in fact, I'm actually going to start with the barrel. And we have kind of like this nice ellipse thing that I gave myself. So start with that. And we're probably going to want to break it up into several layers that go, you know, maybe in front or behind droids. Then again, I think the droids are always going to end up a layer above this. Okay. And let's do this for the kind of inside basin for now. Now, I imagine because these are like slats of wood strapped together, um, we can make it look more rustic by having them be a little kind of like different thicknesses of the boards. They don't kind of line up perfectly, if we want that. And then our water. Let's just go with something like this for now. We're definitely gonna have to, revisit the water here and make it work, around kind of whoever is in it, whatever they're up to. So there is this for hot tub. Also, something to be aware of is when you're doing this kind of portion, the colors and stuff don't need to be like locked in as like this is what the color is. Might have been a good idea to use the ellipse tool itself for this process, but that'd be being efficient. And I don't know how to be efficient. Well, I suppose I might know, it's just I don't tend to do it. Okay, so blocked in the hot tub. Let's do each of the droids as their own folders. So the top one's going to be a little vampire guy. So spooky red cape kind of thing. Clearly lined internally with a crimson. And then just have kind of go a bit darker for this real quick. Actually, the antenna is going to be a layer above because I need to do things like add a widow's peak drawn on with Sharpie. Should be like okay, it doesn't quite read as Sharpie yet. I'll figure that out later. We're not at that kind of level of rendering anyways. Just blocking it all in at the moment. Okay, and back to here. Let's see. Do that. I think I'll actually have this arm be above the cape. No, that doesn't work. Do that, and then a layer here. For the claw. Holding the goblet. Okay, and we'll figure out the goblet in time. No rush on that one. Okay. Cool. All right, we are at 12 o'clock, so we have an hour before I'm going to go on lunch. And thusly, we're making good time, I would say. Okay, so I think this shoulder is going to be kind of here with like an elbow. Kind of over the edge like that, right? I think I had something like that in the original sketch and it just kind of got lost. But very kind of like, you know, laid back lounge kind of look to that pose, which is perfect. Okay, so that's blocked in vampire, droidpire. All right, so next we could do the old shark. All right, let's see. Next year could be a poltergeist and a potted plant. All right. Droid shark. This one's going to be mostly covered in, you know, cute shark costume. Suppose it's not a bad practice to kind of like draw the whole character without being blocked by other elements of the image in case things end up kind of shifting around and then I'd have to draw it anyways. It's better to kind of work it all out here. Now, would they have, you know, like their fin in the water? Would it be also propped up on the edge? I feel like hot tubs, that's how it goes. Is you just kind of, you know, lounge like that a lot. Although, like, the droid arms, I'm like, they don't fit in these fins, so is the droid actually just kind of like, you know, got its arms just straight down in the water? Could be. Alright, let's see. Do a layer behind this. Where it's the inside kind of part of the mouth. Cool. Yeah. Shark looks supremely laid back. Goals. Life goals right here. Okay, now the actual like eye socket thingy on the droids might need to be scaled a little differently. But we'll see. Maybe not that bad. Cool. Alright. Let's come back to the dragon. I mean the dragon. The Dracula. Alright, so what else? We got old Larry. Good old Larry. Alright, so that'll be this layer, or this folder of layers. So Larry Bot is kind of like leaning forward, I imagine. And kind of like standing up in the hot tub to reach forward with the candy basket. Something like that, maybe. Alright. So we'll get the helmet, which also is just another variation of metal. Although in this case, maybe it's like plastic, you know, just like cheap little kind of like. I went to this theme park and got a Larry helmet with mustache included. I don't know. Like, I'm just thinking of like, you know, those Halloween pop-up shops that just have like really mass printed props that are just very cheap. It's just got like that plastic seam down the middle and like a really rough kind of weathering paint job on it to make it look like old metal. Alright. What color is Larry's feather? Isn't it like a cyan kind of? I should know, really. I've definitely seen a lot of Larry over the years. Yeah, it's like a sky blue looking feather. Of course, with the Halloween kind of like theme, the lighting of the atmosphere, all that, and also it being kind of like a cheap knockoff kind of costume piece, the color is going to be very different, I think, in the end. Okay. And then, of course, the most important piece of the puzzle here is the Larry mustache. Actually, a while back, I was kind of looking through some old files for whatever reason, and I found like one of the first drawings of Larry, and he did not have his big mustache, and he just looked so wrong. Maybe that's what I'll do for like April Fools, is just have Larry with a shaved mustache. Ruin everyone's day seeing that. And I'll have to wait for it to grow back. And you can't grow a big, beautiful mustache like this overnight. You just can't. Alright, so. It's like two arms flexing, really. That's the energy that Larry's mustache gives. Just big buff mustache. Cool. All right. Yeah, do the droid eye on this layer. Can't unsee the flexing mustache. Correct. Huzzah! All right. So gotta get like the kind of like maybe pauldrons, perhaps on the droid or not. Like I'm just thinking of how like cheap, like a knight costume would be, where it's just like uh, a cloth like shirt that just is kind of printed to look like armor. Like that could be kind of fun. So just like a T-shirt the droid is wearing. I don't think any droids have ever worn a T-shirt before. Get on my level, droids. Okay. So we do also want the gates that they're kind of floating past. We need the step ladder, um, and kind of like a bunch of water sloshing off the side would be good. Larry droid, droid Larry. Larry droid. And just land shark. Okay. Bum. Alright, do the kind of water slosh layer They're losing a lot of water in the tub. It's a good thing it's like, I don't know, magically refilling itself as it's magically floating along. Surely that is, you know, the only reason these fools get away with what they do. A wizard did it. Yeah. Fake Dracula teeth on the goblet the vampire is holding. I like that. It's just floating in the water, or in the drink. That's fun. Yeah, a spigot on the side of the barrel would be just classic looking. Why not? Just a cork in the side of it kind of thing. Also need to wrap the banding on it. Okay. For the Halloween bucket, I've seen a lot of Frankenstein's Monster Green. Could use that color if we're looking for an alternate to the classic orange. Fair point. Yeah, just like eerie, toxic green kind of pumpkin. Jack-o'-lantern, whatever. It could be, yeah, like the Frankenstein head, Frankenstein's monster. So that's all options. Let's get the banding on here. One thing I will say is these druids seem to enjoy climbing into barrels and having water involved in that as well. I'll leave it at that. I'm using a brush with some smoothing applied to it, which just kind of makes it a little bit less wobbly. Again, could probably, you know, benefit greatly from using an ellipse tool, but you know what? I'm just being defiant like that, apparently. Even though I know it would make my life easier. This is something that I tend to do on Feedback Friday, where I'm just like, I'm going to do it the difficult way. And I don't know why I'm like that on stream. It does seem to be a thing that happens. I only end up suffering. And what do I do about it? I do it more. It's like this is a pretty dented up barrel, if you ask me. The bands are a little bit wonky. Not the worst, though. Let's bring back the old ellipse. Just for reference, make sure I'm not too askew. Because it is noticeable. There will be something that's like off looking. You may not be able to put your finger on it, but you could be like, that doesn't look right. Something's off. And a lot of the time that comes from not using ellipses correctly in perspective. I know that that's something that we've kind of like noted in our art department was, you know, sometimes we're kind of not really following the rules on how kind of like those flow in space, and it's not a good thing. It just doesn't look correct. It's a common mistake that artists all over the board can end up kind of falling into if you're kind of not paying attention to kind of like how the perspective would work on that surface, like at those angles. I've seen it in like high-end animation a lot of the time, even like big studios that do big production where it's just kind of like, yep, it's a common thing, but something that can be addressed if you know what to look out for. And I'm just being a little bit lazy with them today, so that's not awesome. I was talking about how kind of like there's almost like a bit of an aesthetic where like things aren't kind of like totally, you know, straight, clean lines. But that doesn't mean like don't follow the rules of perspective. It's more just kind of like have a little bit of kind of like jankiness in the kind of like material finish. You know, like a beam might have some dents in it and some kind of, you know, wobble, but it still kind of like goes off into perspective correctly. So that's kind of where my mind is at, kind of addressing this. And again, as I was saying a lot earlier, the phase I'm in right now is kind of blocking. We're kind of doing the linear color rough. We're filling in all the objects with just like flat colors to just kind of like create structure that we will then render into. But again, like building a good foundation, if these elements are wonky and off, no matter how polished you end up rendering the piece, something's going to feel wrong about it. So that's why I'm kind of, you know, talking about these ellipses, because they weren't perfect. And I was getting bothered by them. Okay. So still not perfect, but it's like acceptable. Now it's just kind of like weird, imperfect materials that have been created in universe. You know, someone hand hammered out this ring as opposed to having a machine kind of like process it out or something like that. So it's a little bit, you know, the thickness isn't perfectly consistent and all that. All right, so there we go. The barrel kind of like really comes out more on the side, right? Like this bulges more than that, and I think I want to even that out somehow. Really, again, like I know that I'm just doing the process in a way that's just more work for myself, whereas if I like use the ellipse tools and stuff, just kind of like built it, I'd be done already. Okay, let's try and get that splash around. Okay. Alright, let's do a little flipperoo, see if it suddenly looks like, oh, gravity is applying. I need to kind of like have all the water just fall out of this very three-dimensional, proper-looking barrel. You know? Does it adhere to what my mind expects? Doesn't look terrible. It's just got enough kind of wonkiness to kind of like feel like what I expect. So yeah, if we just kind of like shift our vantage point to, you know, we're looking up at this barrel now from below. It just kind of helps us to like look at it fresh again, but still kind of assess, does this look correct? So, almost there. Cool. All right. All right. So, I think that's not terrible. All right. So we have half an hour until lunch break. I think this is coming along fairly well. some nails in the barrel hoops. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Let's see, we'll start within kind of getting all kind of 4 size, and then we'll do 8 nails on each. That's probably enough, but I guess there would be a few for each plank put into it, perhaps, or just one per plank, or I don't know. I don't actually know. I'm not a barrel maker. Let's put more. It just kind of makes it more, you know, like a studded barrel. Seems fine. Okay, cool. And then we'll also end up putting like slats into it as well. And then wood grain. Okay, and the top, these slats would be pointing inward. Now the spacing on these may be not quite where I need them to be. So this go across. Like they need to be more. Here, let's actually start these over. Do it correctly. Do it the way that I know I'm supposed to actually create these. Okay, so if there's one here, we're gonna like just cross right through the middle each time, so we get like an even amount. And let's actually create kind of like, here's the center piece, or the center of the barrel here, right? Something around there seems close enough. So as long as it passes through that point, we're essentially in the correct spot. Okay, so go back to that. Try that again. Boom. 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 There we go. That seems a lot better. Okay, and then as well, We'll get kind of more like the end green of the wood at the top here. Although depending on the wood, like you might actually have the end green be darker than the face wood. It depends on the wood, depends on the treating of the wood. This is also, you know, water in a barrel, so it's probably a very dense kind of wood that is, you know, sealed even with oils and wax or whatnot. Alright, let's see what else. So here, oops, do a new layer there, behind the water. Boom. Alright. Sick. Okay, we got ourselves a bit of a barrel. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Is it good enough? For now. For now. Again, we also like haven't even addressed at all like what is the environment lighting, you know, gonna be. So there's a lot that I can't really render at this moment. Not that I'm trying to with where we're at right now. We're still just kind of getting stuff worked up, but like clearly this barrel is, you know, somewhere along the being rendered line. So okay. We'll even have like shadows and stuff cast from the metal bands. There's a lot left to render on that, but again, we should probably resolve other things before we actually get to the rendering phase. Also, we need our ladder, our gates. We haven't even, you know, started blocking those in. We need Larry to have the candy bucket. So those are important to kind of like have in here before we actually start rendering out anything. So I kind of got a bit ahead of myself on the barrel, but it happens. It's kind of the first thing that would end up getting kind of like worked, so it's fine. All right, let's see. So let's do the ladder. And we'll hide old vampire droid. fairly chunky ropes might be good. Made it chunkier than the sketch. Not sure if that's where we'll want it at the end, but let's try it out. Okay, and then I'll just mask this off. Actually, okay, so the way I can do this is do a layer below the ropes to be kind of like the main boards, and then a layer above the ropes to be the sides of the boards, and then use masking on that otherwise. Sure. Let's try that out. So I'll use polyline tool. Okay. And then I'm actually going to duplicate this and put it above the ropes. But then make a selection of it. Using a polyline selection. That makes sense, I think. Cool, erase that. Erase that. And erase that. Okay, and then I should have brightened this first so we could see what we're going with. Or I guess it would be darker. Yeah. Okay. So the colors are difficult to see at the moment. Alright, and then using the mask layer here. There we go. Okay, so let's try making the rope a little bit more visible. And making the wood maybe just quite a bit darker. So that reads a little better now. Cheese on the rope ladder. That would be fun, but it's actually like not easy to move the cheese in the trap. It's something that we can technically do, but it's like a bit of a pain. So I try to avoid being like, hey devs, I need you to custom place the cheese here. It's just fun ideas, but unless it's like, oh, it has to be that, it's not worth doing, unfortunately. so now for the rope. Again, we don't really have the lighting schema set up, so it's not something we can really go too far with. Also, I should turn the sketch down. Even more. Even down to like 10%. I should probably actually look at what a knot looks like in rope, since these probably don't look very knot-like. Not that you need the knot on the top of the plank, it'd actually be below, and then it slides down onto that. It'd be hard to get it on the top. So maybe I'll just not have the knot there. Just knot with the knot, okay. And if anything, I'll actually just show the spiral on the rope. Help communicate that it is a rope. Alright, sick. Yeah, we're gonna have to do the lighting pass soon because it's getting a little hard to see things due to not being able to resolve them. So I like the idea of the green candy holder. Just a cheap plastic thing that's, you know, like this nasty green. Monster green, if you will. Or they've turned a very unripe pumpkin into a jack-o'-lantern. Considering how early it is in the season to be drawing this, maybe that's the case. Okay. Trick-or-treating in the catacombs or mausoleum? Yeah, I think like the background will kind of like treat with some of those details. But first, I think we need to get the gates on this piece. So let's do a layer on the top as the gates. Yeah, when we do the background, we can definitely kind of like throw, you know, making it look like they're floating around inside the catacombs or the mausoleum or wherever. Could be fun, or like the cursed city or something. To also do that, I think having the gates look a certain way can be a part of that. So let's turn this up again and find our layer with the gates. Okay, so just to really quickly I think we'll do something like that. And that. I don't want to block the ladder. Or the cheese. Can't really block the cheese. I suppose that this could scooch in front here and still be okay, but one thing that might look good is if it's like stone kind of pillar style. Like nice and solid. Feels more kind of mausoleum that way too. And then, yeah, these kind of like maybe not perfectly straight kind of iron bars. Or do we want to go like fancy Gothic looking, right? Are they like these mouse heads? Do these kind of like have, you know, fancy wrought iron details? Spikes. Spikes are more foreboding and kind of like less inviting, which seems appropriate for, you know, coming up to a house to trick or treat at in a graveyard. The fence is green in the mausoleum. Oh. I should actually look at it. See how that looks. Let's go take a look in Spooky Town. Alright, so we're 5 minutes away from lunch, so I'm just gonna take a look. Yeah, it is green. Now, lighting wise, oh boy, that is like old school map art, right? Like, we're talking actually still seeing drawn line work that was, I believe, drawn on pencil and paper, scanned in and colorized a bit. That kind of level of art from way back. But yeah, like having a green tint to it is totally cool. It's gonna depend mostly on like what is the actual lighting condition of the scene more than anything. Yeah, oh right, they do look a little too Disney heads. Okay. Maybe I don't want to do that. It also blocks too much, in my opinion. But like something that makes it a little more kind of like welcome, but not welcome. You're not welcome. Turn back. It's dangerous in here. maybe over lunch I'll look up some like cool, wrought iron gates for inspiration. And I kind of think like it might be nice to have like the gate doors kind of like slightly ajar, like it would otherwise be blocked off, but they're like, ooh, we can go in. Something like that. But depending on how it's done, the cheese would kind of interfere. So I'll come back and figure that out. Two chains and an X. Yeah, it just needs to be like, are you actually invited in, or did someone break in and now you're kind of curious and are gonna kind of go investigate yourself? I think that's kind of the vibe. I want it to be like, I don't think we're supposed to be here, friends. Hoo 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 hoo. Could be fun. But yeah, like a broken down fence kind of thing, gate, um, covered in cobwebs, just kind of like derelict place. It's like you're not gonna get candy in there. You are gonna get a surprise. That kind of thing. All right. So at any rate, I'm gonna give this a save. We're coming up on lunch o'clock. So I'm gonna move this over here. I also have a Larry link for you all that I'll, when I return from lunch, hand out as a little, treat, trick-or-treating treat. Let's see, I actually just thought of something for how I want this to look. I just want that red trim on the edge. Before I forget it, I think it just helps. Okay, let's pull up our time lapse, and I'm going to put up a timer to let you know exactly when I will return from lunch. But yeah. I may be starting lunch a whole 30 seconds earlier than usual. Sometimes I don't start it until like minutes after. But yeah, alright, let's do this. Up, and we'll actually set it to all. Make a little more space. Cool. Okay. And let's get our timer here. Boom. On the second, we got that started. Okay. Woo! Too big. Actually, let me pull up this screen so I see that. We can move that. Alright, cool. Alright, well, I'll be back when that timer ends. And until then, have a good little break yourself. Alright, see you in an hour. Hello. Hello, 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 and we are back. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, let's... Whoop. Return. Hello. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Just kind of mesmerized by this. Alright. We're going to get right back into it. Lots and lots to do still on this piece. I will share a Larry link, of course. Let me naturally test it, make sure it works. Important to do. Thank you, Larry. Kaboom. Okay. Grab your draft derby curds. Get some cheese prepped. And we shall continue where we left off. So I think kind of the next step that's important to address is setting the scene. We kind of blocked in pertinent details. We have kind of, you know, all the shapes blocked in for the characters and the main kind of like pieces of the puzzle. We even kind of like did a little bit of rendering, but not something that was critical to do. I just kind of got carried away. So what I think is the most important step at this point, now that we have everything blocked in with just kind of like rough colors, is kind of setting the environment, the lighting, the kind of atmosphere quality, determining our light sources, and then working from that point on. So what I'm thinking is, we were talking about wanting to make it a kind of spooky, eerie environment, right? So let's see. Having it be this kind of like purple haze is a good start. The gates, for now, I'm going to give them a neutral color, make them a silhouette. We'll actually decide the colors of materials kind of based on the environment we create. I should actually look at what the rest of the art team has been cooking up and see if I want to use any of those as influences to kind of like make them belong together. Okay. Just gotta scroll back a bit. I think I scrolled too far. Okay, it's probably in that thread. Yeah, there we go. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Good, good. All right. So I like the idea of being like in the mausoleum. Exit that thread. Go back to that one. Awesome. All right. So yeah, I like the idea of giving the shark droid some kind of prop. But we will return to that concept. I think actually what I want right now is to kind of bring in the, let's see, can I import, create file object, bringing in like the grid stuff to kind of just make sure that everything kind of adheres to the angles that we have. So let's just go to templates. Let's see if this file will work. Trap template. I think I have it broken out as its own layer. Let me just dig around in my files. I should have checked this first. during my break, but I didn't think about this. Oop, don't double click that. Okay. Traps? Where are you? There we go. Trap grid. This might be the old trap grid, actually. Okay. Is this my full-time job? Yes. Yes, it is. I've been doing this, like, literally doing this kind of work for 17 years and some. Because I was actually the first artist on the MouseHunt project, and I've been working effectively full-time the entire time it has existed. I do a lot more than just kind of drawing, characters and traps. I do a lot of like game design stuff, and you know, wear a lot of hats. Actually, more recently, I've even been involved in kind of like creating content files and setting up, some of the internal workings a little bit. Very minor, but getting into a bit of the code stuff is fun. I actually do a lot of coding on the side for hobby reasons, so it's kind of fun. All right, I'm going to try importing. So this one's fine. I'm just going to make sure that I don't have a more modern one that we're using. So let's just see how those differ. Resources. Trap overlay stuff. Here we go. Boop. So this one's kind of handy for how does mobile end up kind of looking when it gets covered with stuff. And then as well, let's bring in the... so this is kind of like what you get with browser. This is what you get with mobile. They're kind of wonky in that they do kind of provide a different layout. Okay, and then I think we have one more. Let's see, generic assets maybe. Traps. No, not that one. Templates. And let's, yeah, okay, this is the one with the forced perspective. Now, is this going to import correctly? It might take a second because I'm actually importing like a multi-layer PSD large file. I think I like the idea of kind of setting it inside the mausoleum or something, influenced by that. Seems like a fun design. So yeah, basically using kind of like the gates that look mausoleum, putting kind of tombstones and stuff silhouetted in the background. All right, here we go. So this is a kind of like forced perspective, of fisheye kind of way to kind of have a more hacked perspective, because sometimes, like, if you look at the base, it's very much we're looking down at it, but a lot of traps we end up kind of throwing a horizon line kind of like somewhere in here, and to actually make that kind of like make sense, we end up kind of, basically suggesting that the perspective is very kind of like skewed and fisheyed like this. So this is kind of a cool way to do that. I suppose I could also open that file and, yeah, maybe I should just do that instead. I'm going to open that file, extract that layer so that I can just kind of bring it in when I need it, because it's a good one to have. Generic assets, templates, and I'm going to open this with Clip Studio Paint. Bloop. All right. Sorry about this. Okay, so these are all really old, like, layers, alpha layers from, like, my original trap files. So it's kind of wild to see these still in existence. Okay, I only need this folder. And I think I'll export it with all that. So let's turn off bases. Turn off everything but that, and we will export that as a full res PNG. Forced perspective grid. And save that to my own kind of folder of easy to grab stuff. Where do I want to put that? There we go. So I will name that Trap Grid Forced Perspective. There we go. All right, 100%. Cool, and export. All right, cool. Now I can actually pull that in anytime I need it. And let's do this. Go back to where I'm storing that. There we go. All right, so we can, if we choose, kind of do more of this force perspective style, in which case we can have kind of like a horizon behind these characters. It's not something I really needed to kind of like put into this file, but I'm trying to kind of consider, you know, those ideas. Alternately, yeah, like we can just kind of, you know, have the horizon like way further up, which might be good for this piece. So let's go back here, and we're going to just start kind of filling in a skyline, if you will. So let's go for a, I guess, sunset orange thing happening, maybe. And if we kind of give ourselves like a horizon up here, like we can kind of just put it wherever and then just make it work, right? So the trick is kind of like, how do we block this in to look good? And we can have like creepy trees and stuff silhouetted on it. I should actually pull up the map again to look at the mausoleum. But yeah, silhouetting is a nice kind of effect for something like this, perhaps. And we can do layers of it where it's kind of getting more washed out. So let's grab this color and shift it towards the orange. So right now I'm doing kind of spooky forest, I guess, but I think the idea of doing like a graveyard is probably where I want to end up. Okay, and we can use a instead of hard edge brushes for this, let's switch to something with softer edges and more texture. I'm just kind of blocking in. Okay, so we'll get like tombstone, silhouetted. Right. Maybe not that one. Let's see. Above this layer, we could even have some that are maybe colors more like this. Backlit seems fun. Okay, so they're like kind of floating around in a graveyard or something like that. Just really quickly kind of giving some kind of setting for this piece. Also, I was thinking like we could have this like eerie green mist wafting through. Might be kind of neat and extra creepy, right? Like, what's this green fog about? It seems like the kind of fog that you would have if, you know, suddenly you're going to have zombies invading, right? So something like that is pretty, you know, spooktacular. Also, it's something that kind of like pop the silhouette out a bit better. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Do we want kind of like a full moon back there? Like a harvest moon kind of thing? Maybe lower in the sky is better. Or is that the sun doing its thing? This could be good too. Just like a really hazy, creepy atmosphere, thick kind of thing going on. That might be good. Overall, we're going to have to like knock the whole piece way, way, way down, which I think will really add a lot to the atmosphere of it too. So let's actually kind of do that. We're going to do that in kind of the way that I should do it normally. Instead of kind of how I've often done on a stream where I'm just like, I'm going to just slap a layer on top of everything and then regret it. Let's try doing it a little more appropriately. Ooh, laboratory silhouette in the far background. That's nice. I like that. Definitely kind of like gives us a little more kind of like location concept. And actually, I mean, when we're at the Greenwood, the gloomy Greenwood, you are actually kind of pretty close to the lab. So I think that's actually a pretty fair idea to throw that on in there. way to achieve that is just kind of like by having, let's definitely lighten that up more. By having the giant kind of telescope on top of the lab. Actually, I need to remember what that looks like. I used to draw this in things here and there, and I'm like, okay, how does that look? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. It has kind of like this arm thing here. Okay, so I guess depending on what side we're kind of coming at this from, maybe I would flip it here. I guess whatever looks best is kind of what should be used here. Right? Yeah, anything to kind of like enhance the environment and tell the story, I think is a good idea. Lighting does a very, very, very big role in that department. It's one of the main things that we look to in terms of kind of like creating a mood, right? Tweak that to be kind of pointed a little more towards us or away from us. Hard to say. Cool. Okay. So let's jump to the barrel, and we're gonna knock this all back quite a bit. Let's do this. Let's take this base color and really try knocking it all back. Let's, in fact, do a multiply. Or let's try darken. And let's go more purple into it. Okay, and then I'm going to use that on the bands. We'll go multiply on that, I think. And same with the bolts and even the cork. Water, we're just gonna like knock it all back, okay? And then from there start to bring light back into the scene. All right, land shark, you get the same treatment. Honestly, that's a good color for the fin. That's fine. You're gonna get that. And duplicate. Knock that back a little bit more. Duplicate. Bring that up a bit. Cool. Okay. Larry Droid, same deal, bud. What even is that layer? Sure. Okay. Maybe using brightness is a better idea for this. Although I do want the like purple notes to be playing into the shadows a bit more, so candy bucket. Alright, so that's all being dimmed down. Perhaps we'll want to dim it even more, but for now, it's fine. I just need to knock it far enough back that kind of I'll be focused more on adding light than adding shadow. Alright, and then droid vampire. Your cape. You. Your hair. Get rid of this one. Great. Alright, and then the ladder itself is under the droids. On top of this, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Get rid of that one. Maybe knock that back a little bit. And boom. Bring that back up. Okay. So we're getting a little closer to the atmospheric lighting conditions, which is good. Cool. Okay. So now we get to kind of like decide our light sources a bit more. So I like this eerie green glow from below. That seems great. So let's actually create a clipping layer here for this kind of green glow. We're going to do a add glow layer, and it's going to come from the bottom right, like that. But it's going to fall off. So it's like the closer to the ground it is, the more strong it is, right? Maybe get a little hint of it on the bottom left side as well. On the barrel, we're definitely going to be seeing this pretty strongly. It might even be that that's the kind of like magical, kind of like kind of, you know, element of the base. Was the base doing it? No, the bottom of the barrel kind of thing. All right, so I'm gonna do a add glow here. It's gonna be this eerie green. And then we're gonna do things like having, like, let's say it is, you know, a light source that's like right at the cheese or something. It could be casting a shadow of the fence or of the ladder onto the barrel. But I'm imagining it's a little more of a kind of diffuse light source. Like it's not a point light source and really kind of like coming from one angle. It's kind of a spread around light source, I think. Okay, so our metal here, we're gonna have a little more reflectivity on it because it's like a metallic surface. It's better at kind of picking up reflections like that. They're gonna be still pretty like wrought metal, so it's a pretty matte surface. It's not like a highly polished metal or anything like that. We're gonna lose that on the top lip of the metal banding, right? And then these rivets are gonna definitely get a little bit more focus on these, just catching the light. So a nice eerie kind of like underlighting with this creepy green mist that's happening, right? Let's even get like a nice strong edge to really kind of define some of these shapes, make them read against each other. Kind of like they installed like some LED glow light on the ladder to make it easier to see it when you're climbing into your floating hot tub at night. Don't want to have an accident slipping trying to climb up, right? So good to have these kind of lights to see where you're climbing. Okay, and then let's do a little bit of this on the rope as well. The rope is a very textured kind of surface, so let's get a textured brush and we're gonna kind of think about like how the twisting action on the rope kind of gives it this dimension where maybe only these angles are going to be getting hit by this light, right? But also considering it's coming from below, so we're going to have like the actual steps themselves kind of blocking the light a bit. Maybe get an overall glow on it first. Yeah, okay, let's hide that for now. Let's get an overall glow. It's a very creepy, like, cursed rope ladder now, with that color being that strong. Interesting, interesting. Okay. So maybe something a little more like this. The bottom is all frayed fibers, which are going to catch the light pretty easily. And it's nice and close to the light source, so I feel like it's okay that that's kind of like glowing way stronger than other parts of it. And push and pull that a bit. And then kind of having the twist get a little more light here and there. And then we'll bring the clipping layer back in to kind of help express the light. Being blocked by the boards. Okay, so that's okay. Still a little strong maybe. I might just kind of use the opacity of the layer itself to pull it back to something a little more appropriate. But it's always better, as I say, to go too far and then pull it back. Actually, looking at the color and the eeriness, I almost want the water to be like this glowing green that they're just soaking in for no good reason. Will the tub be filled with sky blue colored water later? Not likely. Um, water isn't like just like blue like that. It's kind of a a clear material that light kind of does wild things with. Refraction, you're kind of like seeing through it in certain ways, and of course, like out at a lake or something like that, you get the blue water because of the sky and stuff like that. Um, and so with a hot tub, it's a small body of water. It's going to be more like the surface kind of texture of the water, if you will. So if it's like choppy and uh, uh, roiling, because like hot tub often has jets going and stuff, so you're gonna get like the surface is gonna be kind of undulated, or there's gonna be bubbles just covering the surface, and that's gonna kind of like do different things with the light. But generally, like hot tub water is gonna be like dark because um, unless you have like lights in your tub, it's just going to be kind of like all the light's going to be kind of coming from inside the tub, and it's just not like bouncing it back out. In this environment specifically, it's going to be like black. There's going to be so little light going into the tub itself and then bouncing back out into your eyes that like only kind of like reflections of the light bouncing off of the surface, like specular reflections, would be kind of like giving light from water in that kind of environment. So there would be like bubbles; those are gonna be able to kind of like have light bounce off them. But the actual like watercolor itself in this scene is going to be like the dark purple. It's going to be the environment kind of reflected in it, or like the orange of the sky kind of idea. So it's super relative to where you're looking at water and kind of like the situation the water is in, that actually determines what it's going to look like. Yeah, I like that. A vampire cannot see its own reflection. So yeah, if I had the vampire on the other side of the tub and it was more calm water and I was doing reflections of the characters, then that'd be really clever to have no reflection for the vampire. I need to like use that idea somewhere. That's a fun one. Okay, so I think the tub itself might need to go even darker for this scene to work. Something that I need to do is actually look at it in grayscale. And kind of like look at kind of like, okay, what's reading and how well, you know, Larry disappears into the background. The cape is visible, the gates are visible, but like the tub and the background all kind of like blend together. So the trick I like to do is look at it in grayscale mode and just kind of like almost like don't look directly at it or squint looking at it, that kind of idea, where you're kind of like blurring the details and looking for the groupings of values, and that's such an important tool to kind of like check like how good does this actually read. So I think what I want to do, and I'm gonna do the thing that I always regret really quick just to show what I'm getting at. Not actually keep this layer as it is, but this will be useful to demonstrate. So if I grab this, I turn it into a brightness layer, and then I kind of block the whole thing in as a silhouette. And then if I kind of go to, let's say, the background, and I lighten the whole thing with this kind of orange back here. And now we have more legibility in the piece, even though I kind of washed out details, right? This helps to kind of make sure that things are kind of like able to, read as a group. Let's take a look at it without the the grayscale. And so our colors are significantly different, right? Let's get these droid eyes kind of glowing as they would. But, that's too dark overall. But, like, the grouping is what I want, right? So I want the whole piece to read on the background where it's like, oh, that's one thing separated from the background a little better. Whereas here, it's like obvious how kind of like different that becomes. So I do want to push how dark the whole thing is. And so I didn't take it far enough is what I'm kind of deciding. Can do an add. Add glow. Ooh, add glow is nice. Kind of like that. Overlay might be okay. We lose that separation. Hard light's kind of neat. Vivid light's dramatic. A little too dramatic, maybe. Hard mix is just like danger. I think I liked add glow, actually. Maybe it's a little too bright with that. Add's good. It keeps the green notes, but it feels a little washed out. Screen, same deal. Lighten's good. Might go with add. Yeah, add's good. Yeah, I think that the tub will be kind of floating, and so we'll give it some kind of magic to do that. Honestly, it might be this green glow that it's kind of emitting, just like kind of farting out green gas kind of thing as it kind of patrols the mausoleum. Why not? Seems great. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna hide that. Gonna drop this on top of each of the droids. And the hot tub itself. Okay. And then we can bring this down into the layers below that need it, truly. So I would say ladder. And we're just kind of gonna drop it on all the layers we had this previous darkening on. There we go, that's looking a little better. Didn't mean to duplicate it again. Okay. So that's sufficiently knocked back. Now we'll have more ability to add light into it. Oh, actually, should this be below the lighting? Yeah, that might make more sense. Because we have added in our green glow. Let's bring that around. Okay, we don't have the green glow in there yet. That's good. Our water layer doesn't have that yet. That's fine. Okay, overall hot tub does not need this anymore. So we'll nuke that. Great. Ladder, you do need this. Badoom. But below the green. Below the green. And there. Okay. So I think that's what I wanted for that. Now, like, if I look at the value structure, it does work better. Okay. I think the rope and this gate get a little bit in each other's way. So I'm going to change the gate a bit. I might even grab this section of it and just like slide it over here so it's less impeding our little cast. I might also consider just sliding it up so they're kind of like halfway through the gate, right? That might be better. Nice bent bars here. And then if this is also slid up here. I just want to make sure that the gate looks like it's kind of not getting jammed up on the base. Like, I like the little gate itself, but I think for now I'm going to drop it. And there was an idea in the chat earlier about having like chains kind of blocking the way. Like maybe it's the same kind of, you know, idea of there being these chains, but like they were clearly, you know, broken through and like no longer blocking the path that they were supposed to keep out kind of idea. So something like that could be interesting, kind of implying that they're trespassing. Yeah, something like that could be fun. Yeah. Also, I had an idea of maybe there's like torches or sconce or something like that on the edges of the gate. Ooh. All right, let's see. Also, I want this to line up. I should be on the correct layer for that. So if I turn my grid on here and then kind of follow along, yeah, that would disappear off the bottom like that. That's fine. It works. Cool. Okay. That's fine then. Move that to the top. Sweet. Okay. Back to it. But yeah, it could be like I like a little green mist to do the backlighting on the gate itself. There could be like torches in places. The bottom of the hot tub could have this kind of like green flame that like warms them and causes it to float along. All kinds of things we could still add to just tell more of a story. I think I'll try the like green flame thing because that seems kind of cool and adds to the weird kind of thing we're looking at. And it was something that I remember we were kind of like discussing the idea of earlier last week. This kind of like spirit flame looking thing. Then it lets us kind of have some fun with lighting on the base a little bit. We'll change the angle of that green glow though to kind of make this work. But again, this kind of like gives more control over what's kind of like overlapping what, or like grouping kind of the value structures to kind of like lead the eye in ways that we want. So this post here, the gate, I kind of want to knock these back a little bit. So how I want to do that is, I guess let's grab this foreboding color here and just try blocking that in. Okay, that blends more than I like. So what will help would be to kind of like give this a kind of silhouette or an edge lighting to kind of like carve it out, right? Something like that. Yeah. Would some smoky effect around the barrel make the environment look creepier? I think so. And I think with the idea of this like flame and mist in the air, it's definitely going to get more of that. I think that'll help actually with separating these two layers better. So that's probably a good thing as well. Yeah. Try that for now. And yeah, I think let's do that. Instead of making this fall back, I think having the gates be like almost like a really strong black silhouette, and then it can be a little out of focus is the thing, because it's the foreground. So let's try doing a blur filter on it. And yeah, okay, I'm gonna merge, I'm gonna duplicate this for now. in case I want to roll back from that. But let's do this, and I'll merge that down, combine that, and now I'm going to do a Gaussian blur and crank that up. You know what? I'm gonna combine all that in a second. There we go. Alright, let's try this one more time. Alright, Gaussian blur. I just need it all to kind of go blurry. There we go. That's a little more what I need it to be. So I'll do that. If I turn these layers back on behind it and mask this one off a bit, because I feel like this area is more in focus. Right? And then we can have some of that fog kind of roll out in front of it, which is good. We'll change the value so it's not pure, silhouette. We'll have some dimension and structure. It's just this front gate I think I need to kind of really give that treatment. And then I think for this one, we're going to knock this part of the gate out to leave that like so, and like so. Okay, that feels a little more where I need it to be. So there's lots of different things you can address when it comes to changing kind of like what is the object of attention, right? You can use contrast, right, to really draw the eye. High contrast is gonna kind of like be like, look at me, I'm important, look at me. And the like sharpness of edges is another one. So like by fading this out, I'm telling your brain like you're not even looking at this thing. Even though it's got high contrast, because it's fuzzy, it's like, no, that's not what you're focused on. You're focused on, like these other things that are in focus. So clearly you're paying attention to that. So that's kind of that quick little trick there to make that work where I want it to go. All right, and then, yeah, so I want on top of the barrel, here, let's do a mist layer. And it's going to be this eerie green mist, right? And again, that'll help with this kind of like separation. And it may not even be that like the mist itself is, green. It's just there is a mist, and the like flame, this green flame, is making it green mist, right? It's adding light into this scene. We can even do things like have the chain and the cheese block some of that. I should use a masking layer to do that, but well, actually I'll do that with a masking layer. That's fine. Just in case I want to change how much of that's erased, because a lot of the cheese we use might be like floating cheese or something like that. So that's good. Also, I should equip a different base so that I can see where the edges of it are. The base, Boiling Cauldron, you can hide. Jade base is a good one. Wow, this is an old file. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that before when I was looking at this. Yeah, wild. Okay. I mean the alchemist recipe book is going to be the one that you'll want to use with this trap anyway, so it really should be designed specifically with this base. Just because legitimately that's straight up what you should be using with this trap anyways. So I'm half tempted to make like specific interactions with the base just because it would make sense. You're pretty much going to only want to put these two together, but you know, that's not a guarantee. So it's a bad idea, bad form to like, you know, do weird things with the lighting where if you equip a different base, it's going to look super weird. Will there be a trail or path behind the barrel leading in from the entrance, or would the green glow be bright enough to cover it? I don't think there needs to be necessarily like a clear path, but there's no reason that we couldn't, you know, imply that there's like, you know, a grassy kind of like ledge here and like a gravel path to kind of like tell you, oh yeah, no, this is a walkway, but like the gates already kind of help with that. So I think that's details that we can kind of end up putting in. But yeah, for the most part, maybe the mist kind of would knock all that level of detail out anyways. So yeah, so now what I'm realizing is because of this like green kind of like flame below and the heavy fog that it's kind of rolling over, that's why we get this kind of underlighting. It's lighting up the fog, which in turn is casting light. It's diffusing this light all over the place. So that's going to work to our advantage of making this green underglow to everything. So that works because the fog is lighting up over here and light is coming off of the over there and there and there and there, like everywhere. It's casting the subtle green glow, so everything can kind of have a little haze of green under it that's close to this hot tub action. So that works great. The edge of these steps are, in this case, going to want to have more of that green on the side here, and we're going to go more of this green. As well, the rope now needs a little bit more directional green, but what's great about this is, let's see, is this the correct layer? Should be, yep. Why am I not? Color glow. There we go. Because it's like right down beside this light source. You know, we can really kind of push that. I feel like something's knocking that back a little too hard, though. What am I? Because it is. Okay. I think it was just a little too transparent then. Yeah, because of this angle, right down here, we can really have it be quite strong. That makes sense. Same with like the sides of the ladder here. We'll actually get it kind of blocked more so here. And actually have it show up here. Add glow. Right? But because, you know, it's right beside a wide light source, that cast shadow is not going to go very far. Eerie. Okay, the top of the base. I think I really want to punch up that glow to make that work better. Book base, you're good. Background, this is the layer I need to tweak. Okay, so right now, this is kind of overlaying the base pretty strongly. And I need to grab my base template. Okay. And we're going to come back into this layer and do that. So something like that. I need to actually have... This is interesting. Yeah, okay. I need to bring in my base tool. So I'm going to open this. Clip Studio. Here we go, back to this file again. And as I mentioned, this is an old file, right? But these are actually useful layers right here to let me kind of make selections of the different kind of faces of the base. So I need to grab these and bring them here. So this, I want this one. Okay, first of all, fill the whole thing. Great. Okay, now make this selection and erase the base out. Cool. Okay. Now this selection, we're going to darken that. Good. And this selection as well, darken that. Go even further with this one. Okay, and then the whole thing, let's do a little bit more of a gradient with it. So we're really losing detail of the front of whatever the base is. Maybe a little too much detail is lost. We'll bring that back just a bit. Okay. So that works all right. I think the ground itself is a little too this purple color, or the gate itself needs to be shifted. So let's try color and same thing here. Okay, that's okay, but I'm not sure if that's how I want to handle that. I'm going to go back down to the, can drop that into a folder in the bases. Boop, there we go. Okay, I think I want to just bring more of this color into the ground around here to kind of like pull the gate down into the earth a bit more. Maybe a little too strong with that green. But maybe not. It definitely feels like they're going to hover into a location they are definitely not supposed to be going in. So the one thing that I need to be aware of is like the cheese is not going to be impacted by the image whatsoever. So I need to appreciate that that's just going to end up looking however that looks. So what we should do is look at the different kind of like Halloween cheese and see just how incompatible or hopefully compatible they are. So let's give this a save. It's been a little while. And we'll try importing some cheese from the Halloween folder. Might take a second if they're not organized how I need them to be. Cheese here. Okay. So we got some bone fort. Gonna need to scale you up by 200%. Boom. Okay. And we got... So one thing is kind of like expected is we design all the traps and cheese and everything with like a lighting from the top right to be kind of implied. So what we might ultimately end up doing is have like, I don't know, like a flashlight coming off from the top right and kind of pointing onto the cheese and the base and just kind of like letting those light up naturally. Or like look correct. Because right now, this is gonna be a little bit wrong looking. And I can't affect how the cheese is gonna look. So just need to consider that. I don't want the cheese to kind of like ruin the look of this ultimately. So Scream Cheese works great on here. You're doing a good job, little guy. You keep doing you. So that works. Pumpkin's alright. Like, they're not too off. This one's pretty bright. So I think I just need to, like, light a little bit more to make it work. Yeah, put a spooky lantern on the gate to kind of, like, give more light around here, or even like leaning against the gate or something like that, just to give that light where it needs it. But we'll come back to that maybe in a bit. It's important though. So I'm going to leave. So this one, the Scream Cheese works great. Don't need to worry about that. I think the Bone Fort's going to be the biggest problem. So if we can make Bone Fort look correct on this, then we're good. But something that is nice is they all kind of sit on the base. So this cast shadow is justifiable. So that's good. Cool. Okay. Let's take a look at it in grayscale again. So the grouping's much stronger. This is working as kind of like, I can see these elements. They are defined nicely. This gate does not need to be this strong a silhouette at this point. So we can kind of just let that fill in a bit more. Let's see, brightness layer maybe? And here. Yeah, like a torch on each side of the gate shining towards the cheese could do that justice. Might be right about that. Okay, so we're just going to knock that all back a little bit. Same with this. Can I equalize those a little bit more? That's good. But yeah, let's address the lighting in the room. So of course we have the giant ball of, glowing off in the sky. I'm not entirely certain if that's the moon or the sun. I haven't decided. Either kind of work, but moon would be more thematic, I think. So we could, for funsies, where are you, moon? Do now I know it's the moon, right? Take a big bite out of it. But of course, the fullness of it is thematic too, so I think I'll leave it like that. And, okay. But I guess what I was getting at is the rest of the cast. There you go. You haven't been addressed with this, have you? Thought that I dropped all this on you. Suppose not. Alright. No, that's right. I haven't actually gone in and added these to their respective characters. There's probably a way to like have one layer that does all this and then have other layers reference it in a way that would work great, but it's fine. I'll do it manually. Okay. And land shark. If it's the moon, it needs to be more cheese shaped. Could be funny. Cool. Okay. All right, and the hot tub, that does have more kind of like green glow that I want to go around the whole thing. All the things sticking out will get a bit of green glow below it. The left side of the gate can get the green glow. So we can worry about that right now or do other lighting things before it. Thanks, Brad. I appreciate that. Still a long way to go. So hopefully people are still strapped in because there's a lot that I want to keep addressing on it. Like it's a cool cool trap, but I want to make it even cooler. So let's lock that. That tree is not very tree-like at the moment. So random what I jump onto at times. It's like, I gotta deal with the lighting. It's super important. And then I'm just like, I'm gonna work on branches. It's just when things jump out at you, you're kind of like, well, maybe I should address that before I forget later on. All right, good enough. That's more tree-like. All right. Beware of the werewolf. Werewolf. The werewolf mouse. Skeleton mouse paw sticking up from the ground. I think that'd be a pretty fun little detail we could throw in there. Okay, just make this feel a little more like tree-ish. Branches are like deceptively difficult to like make look correct. you're kind of like, I don't know, it's just like a bunch of lines coming off a bunch of lines, coming off a bunch of lines. But like, there's kind of like ways in nature that these things form to actually be branch-like. Like there's at the base of branches, there's like the collar, and I don't remember the names, but like there's these wrinkles, like where a branch comes out of a tree that kind of ring around the branch itself, kind of sticking out, the girdle or whatever. Um, and then depending on like the tree and kind of like how it grows, you get kind of branches doing specific things, act in certain ways, and branching off in certain ways, and like the season might look different, right? It's just there's so many things that I do not know to make a convincing looking tree, and I know the best way to make a convincing looking tree is to draw trees from reference. So if you need to do that, I would point you in that direction of like, hey, if you want to draw something that looks like a thing, you should use references, and I need to do that more. I'm a bit of a hypocrite when it comes to giving art advice sometimes, where I'm like, I don't need that. That sounds like a good idea, but I am going to skip that because I'm too lazy. Um, yeah, just like looking up spooky trees would be a good thing to have on the side while I'm painting, and just kind of like, look at one tree and draw a branch from that one, look at another tree, draw a branch from that one. I'm convincing myself. Spooky tree. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Spooky trees. Some good like twisting action on some of these. And we're also like just doing like a silhouette of a tree, so it's not too critical. But like I can make it more extremely knobbled and twisted, and that feels more appropriate. Get like a bunch of little spindly branches with spindly bits coming off it. Of course, your like thin branching is really only going to be kind of happening at the ends of our branch. Okay. So that's something to work on. Maybe I'll come back to this tree though. I don't want to lose so much time detailing a background piece that like the atmosphere is probably going to like cover up anyways. That's a good creepy tree. Not the worst tree I've done. All right. So, I got a little sidetracked there. Sorry about that. It's an interesting idea having the green mist only when combined with the correct base, but that's excessive detail that the devs would be like, nah. I'd have to like implement two versions of this and like insert custom code to make it work that way. It's doable, but it's just like not important, you're pretty much only ever going to use this when you use the base together with it anyways. So it's a neat idea, and if I had all the time in the world, I would probably do it that way, because like it's not a bad idea. I think it's kind of a cool one. It is just kind of adding complexity without kind of really gaining enough value for that. But I do like the idea, and again, if it was a case where I could just do everything, I would totally do that. Because it like gives a little feedback to the player of like, yeah, this is actually a combination of trap and bass that have special effects together. So like having them display that in some regard communicates this concept to us, which is a good thing. Okay, so I'm gonna just go around and add this kind of stronger underlighting because we have the source of this light understood a bit better, and so it's something that makes sense to have. All right, it's the water over top that I'm like, what's doing this to this like glow? So with the water cascading over, I'm actually gonna knock. I'm gonna do that with a mask. I'm gonna knock the glow practically right out of it because the water is gonna change the surface enough that it's gonna cause the light to act differently. So the water is gonna like kind of like cause more intense reflection in a different way. So I think that'll be helpful in showing that it's even water spilling out because we're kind of losing that detail at the moment. And that might be hard to communicate properly, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, no, not a problem. I like kind of, you know, thinking about every idea that's shared and trying to figure out how to make them work. It's just obviously like not every single idea is something we can manage to do because we are, you know, a small outfit, the team, and we have to kind of like figure out how to use our resources in the most clever ways, lest we would not actually get anything done if we had every single idea and executed on every single one. It's just we have too many concepts we want to try. It's just not possible. As sad as that is, because you know there's always like really clever things that are like, oh, we should do that. That sounds awesome. All right. So that is getting, you know, more in atmosphere. Let's take a look at the grayscale. Still nicely kind of like grouped, but I think we can start to break the characters out and make them read independently a bit better. That seems like a good next step. So I'm going to give the elbow here a little bit of this green underlighting. This one as well. And heck, I could even use the same layer and like get the light coming off of that eye there from the droid. And just kind of make that work. Cool. Maybe knock it back a little bit. Seems like that reads okay. We can always come back and push and pull things as we keep moving forward. So we have the fin here. I like the idea that it's going to get some of this like orange glow from the full moon behind it, the kind of like orange atmosphere above, and then of course the green eerie glow below. So I do want to be careful about the angle of this fin and how close it is to the edge of the tub. So I'm gonna actually just kind of scooch it over and stick it out a bit more so that we don't end up developing a bit of a tangent there. And just gonna knock all that excess layer data out. We don't need all that gradient everywhere. Alright. A Swiss cheese moon. One day we'll visit the moon in game, I think, and discover if it is made of cheese or not. The world needs to know. Okay, so same deal here. We're gonna do an add glow, and gonna get the atmosphere kind of lighting on this. So the sky itself is this kind of orange haze, right? So we're gonna get a bit of this orange glow from above to help kind of define our shapes. And then we're also gonna have more of a kind of rim light from this moon going on here behind us. And I think that that's going to really kind of like blow out the lighting here directly in front of the moon. Something like that, maybe. We just end up overloading our eye looking at the character here because the light from the moon is so much brighter. We're gonna kind of like have that kind of push everything else back except that kind of rim light here, I imagine. I think that's probably how I want to handle that. I think the droid itself is going to need to get knocked back a bit more. And so let's do this. Actually merge that down. There's definitely like a lot of light occluding in this costume, right? We got kind of deep areas where the light isn't getting to. It's a dark atmosphere. You know, sure, we have like this orange kind of haze in the sky, so everything's got a little bit of a tint to it. And the like glow from the eyes are also kind of adding to that. Gonna get softer shadows. But then the shark costume, you're gonna get just do a layer on top. Specifically from the eyes glow, right? It's like a very close and strongly influencing light source right here. Maybe it's pushing it too far, but it's important to kind of make sure that this will read when you glance at it, kind of idea. Also, let's have a cute little button eye on here. Alright, makes it more shark-like. Or would the eyes be, like, on the sides here to make it even more kind of derpy looking? Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, maybe we'll put like lights inside the hot tub. I think it's worth trying. We'll kind of underglow, we'll kind of just add to the whole atmosphere and probably even help describe this as like, oh, it's a hot tub. Because right now it's hard to tell. I think we'll be able to really push that when we render the water. That's going to be, you know, a big kind of thing to make that work, but at the same time, because of the atmosphere we've set up, it's going to be really hard to see anything unless there is like lighting inside the tub, which, I mean, your magical floating hot tub, even though it's made of some old rickety barrel, is absolutely going to have internal lighting. Like, do they got RGB gamer lights up in this thing? Probably. I mean, they're droids. Why wouldn't they? Seems like their jam. Cool gamer droids. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so I think that'll help actually a lot. Adding the like water lit up kind of situation. So let's actually do that. I'm actually just gonna do I merge all that together? That's the question. Not that one to that. Okay, no. These I can merge together. Did I do that correctly? I did not. Badoop. Badoop. Oh, I see. This, I want to make a selection of that. But first of all, I'm going to make a selection of that. And I'm going to obliterate everything outside of it. And then I can do that. And these are now grouped down to that. Okay, and then this I'm going to need to duplicate there. And now I can merge that down. Cool. Okay, so now we have our water here. We have our inside the barrel layer here. Gonna do one of these. Probably hard to even see what I'm working on at the moment. So hopefully will make sense soon. Okay, so let's just say we got some kind of like glow inside the tub. We'll go purple because why not? It's very potion looking, right? So this is our kind of like glowing water. Now to make that work, I think it needs to be stronger at the bottom, or we could kind of like put like little light blooms everywhere in it, kind of especially around the sides. Okay, so that's kind of one way to make that sort of work. It's not quite there. Now, the droids themselves are going to be kind of like knocking out a lot of the light, but the edges would get more of it. And then honestly, like what we're really probably going to need to do is do the bubbles. And I think actually the sides, the insides of this barrel, that's probably also the ticket. I'm going to bring that below. And above that, I'm going to get this purple glow. We're going to do an add glow layer. Okay, so we got a bit of glow from the inside of the cauldron, lighting up the inside walls. That kind of works. Okay. Great question, actually. Without Feedback Friday, what Trapskin would have been more likely? See, the thing is, I literally hadn't. I had intentionally not thought about what I wanted to draw for this piece because I really did want it to be actually completely, influenced and designed by Feedback Friday. So it would have been this trap, but yeah, I might have done like a cheese fondue thing, or I like the trick or treating thing. I might have kind of figured out something around the lines, but I wouldn't have probably put them in a floating hot tub, right? I might have gone with maybe more of the cauldron dressed up as a character, like the mummy wrapped one. And yeah, like it's so hard to actually even kind of like theorize what it would have been. Because again, like all these ideas that we explored came from this stream. So it's an interesting question that I can't really answer. All right. So the glowing bubbles, I think the way to handle that would be to kind of work in between some of the droid layers. So like here above this base layer, if I create a new layer and I'm using these kind of purple, and I just kind of create these bubbles in front of Larry Droid, Larry Bot. really is kind of looking like they're just hanging out in some kind of like magical potion. And why not? Doesn't seem to be a problem for these fellows. Yeah, so bubbles generally in like still water are gonna collect and kind of like stick to each other and stick to surfaces. In a hot tub, maybe not entirely that, but generally that. They are just kind of going to be roiling everywhere. Is kind of the idea because of the way the hot tub jets are doing things. But at the same time, in this case, it could just be like, oh, it's not actually like water boiling or jets pumping air to create these bubbles. It could just be that there is some kind of like chemistry causing, you know, reactions that's making bubbles in this liquid that is not water, it would seem. Um, so they're just hanging out in a brew. Why not? Some friends they get together and they have a they share brewskis, you know, hang out, drink some suds, kind of thing. These boys, they hang out in suds, and maybe evil brew. Who knows? Maybe it's kind brew. We don't know. But in this case, we'll have this like purple underlighting happening on the character. Like there's just so much underlighting in this piece. It's a good thing. It's exciting. We like underlighting. It's dramatic and fun. Um, so that's fine. That is fine. Yeah, okay. Clipping layer. We're going to do an add glow. We're going to take this purple and we're just going to apply it to ye old droid. And then, we got our orange sky. There's just so many kind of like more subtle lights in this piece that are stacking. It's an interesting one. I think I do need to kind of add more shadow to the droid itself before I kind of go too far with adding lighting in, right? Like, I've talked about this concept before where a good, strong way to build up your lighting is to start by putting everything into shadow first. And I stand by it. It's a good technique. Clipping layer here. Clipping layers are really like great because you can kind of add and subtract from them without kind of messing up the layer below. And then ultimately, if you're needing to reduce the number of layers you're working in, you can collapse them together once you're happy with the state of them. There is one trick that I really do want Clip Studio to have at some point, and that's to kind of like fade a brush stroke you did. It's one of the things you can do in Photoshop, and maybe there's a way to do it now in Clip Studio, but I'm not totally certain of it. But it's cool because you can like draw something really strong and then like hit a hotkey and kind of reduce it by whatever percentage you want. And instead of like laying down a whole layer, adjusting the layer opacity and then dropping the layer down, it's doing that on like individual brush stroke layer levels, rather. But using layers and clipping them is kind of the same concept. It's just macro versus micro scale way to do those things. Alright, so just gonna add more shadows to everything before I add the light to them. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do a clipping layer here and here, and just gonna blend these in. We're just kind of giving it that atmosphere color. Pull that back a bit here. Again, we're not looking for the lit version of this. We're looking for, if this was just kind of not under any direct light, this is kind of how it would look. Something around here kind of idea. Maybe go even darker. Metal can get quite dark because of the way that it's more about reflections. And if there isn't light for it to reflect, hey, it's going to be pretty dark. So there's that. Cool. The feather feels like it's pretty close to being as kind of in shadow as I want it. I am going to do this and this first. But overall it's pretty okay. I might do another clipping layer and bring in a bit of this kind of orange onto the top, just to throw it more into the atmosphere of the scene. That's pretty okay. Great. Yeah. And top of this, get more of that orange. Same with this one. Oh, that's the brightness layer. Cool. Okay. So let's flatten that. Sure, I'll flatten that and just fix that. Ooh. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. Dried body might even go a little bit more, knocked it down. Again, there's just so many things blocking the light that it going pretty dark seems fair. Fairly in shadow. All right. So let's do clipping mask here. And now we're going to add in some of the purple to the body of the droid from the water glow below. Okay. The hat as well, helmet. Merge that down, and now we're going to do an add glow for the hot tub lights. Don't think any of that's going to get there. It's really only on that rim, to be fair. Maybe a hint of it on the inside here. Okay, cool. Merge that down. And then I'm going to do another add glow layer. This one's for the moon. And for metal, I actually like using glow dodge, although not the right layer for this, perhaps. Color is not quite right. So we'll go back to add glow. Also, since metal is more about the reflection, it might be more about kind of like getting the moon kind of reflection on this piece. But it's also not like a perfectly polished helmet, especially if it's like cheap plastic. You know, it's not actually going to do that kind of reflection whatsoever. It's going to be more of a matte kind of finish, but we'll go somewhere in between those two and have a little bit more highlight from specular reflection. Something like that seems okay. We're going to get more of the kind of sky kind of around the whole dome of it, especially upward facing. And that's because like as the angle turns away from us, there's like more like when angles get quite steeply turned away from us, that surface has more kind of like potential to kind of like have light just bounce off of that angle. Like, I forget the term. It's not Lambertian reflection, I don't think. But something like that. So there's that. Knock it back a bit more. I only want it kind of upward facing. And then we can get a bit of the green. I'll do a new layer just because we're not really going to get much on the helmet here. But the idea that it's just kind of like this haze is reaching far out and can kind of like cast its kind of hue onto a little bit of everything. Makes that kind of fun. Alright, so if we clip this and we have the mustache kind of cast a shadow, even the lens here, and overall it's not going to be a strong effect. But it all adds up in the end. So just a hint of that green. I might even knock it back even further because it's pretty far away. So there's just the subtlest bit of that happening. And we would probably actually end up getting the mustache being lit by the lens and bouncing that light, scattering it onto the helmet. And I think that's actually going to get like a nice pickup of color. So we'll go to the mustache here. And these, first of all, I'm going to have those, get rid of all of that excess layer data, because we just don't need that. And I'm actually going to mask both of these. And can I erase on both at the same time? No, probably not. Okay, so I'm going to start with this one, and because we have this light source like right beside it, we're just going to obliterate all that shadow from it. And same with this layer. Kind of bring it back to its true color, even though this is a very colorful light, so it's actually not very fair. We're going to have to put a lot more orange into the surface. So let's do that. Do an add glow. And we're actually going to get some subsurface scattering. If this were like, you know, more of a mustache material with, you know, like maybe a fake mustache, but it's made of like fake hair, and so those are going to act as little kind of like tubes of light, and so the light's going to kind of scatter through that. If it's just like a plastic shell, you know, honestly, maybe it'd have the same effect of like the light scattering through the material. It's a very strong light source here, we'll say, and the material can get that kind of like glow in it, which is cool. So we'll even get more of this kind of warm glow on the underside in the shadow in the shaded area, as the light kind of passes through this material at the other side. Right now I'm kind of implying it's a little more of a plastic, like a hollow plastic mustache, which I think is exactly what this would be. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. Okay, we're going to get another layer going on with the green. Yep, add glow. Wrong layer. Yeah, and we'll do an add glow here. Going to grab the green, not change the layer to green. And then we're going to add another layer to combine, and this is going to be the purple. By kind of like putting all these together, we're just kind of starting to like blend those lights and add them together. Like light is an additive kind of mixing thing. So with like paint and pigment, you have like a subtracting kind of quality where they like the more different colors you mix together, the darker the pigment, or like the darker the color becomes. Whereas with light, if you add more and more colors of the spectrum together, it kind of will trend towards white. So that's kind of what's happening here. We have purple, we have green, we have orange, all kind of combining and kind of filling in the different colors, but different strengths of each. All right, so now we have this very kind of orange, warm glow coming off of the mustache. And the thing about bounce light coming off of a surface is it's going to take the surface color and like be a very a very saturated version of that light that it's bouncing. So we're going to get like a very orange kind of like bounce light off the mustache. Now it's not going to be as strong as other light sources around it, but again, they all kind of just keep adding together This one will get up here too. We're also going to get it on the droid body itself. Kind of filling in here with a bit more kind of a rich color. It's going to be a bit of light occlusion from that kind of like ledge here, blocking light from here and here. The lens here is also going to get some of this action. There's a lot of add glow layers happening in this piece. And even off the side here, but less so at the base of it. Might knock that back a little bit. I just don't want it to be like brighter than the mustache, because that wouldn't make much sense. It's the mustache that is this light source in a sense. So it can't overpower the light source, obviously. But again, we are looking at like, oh, it's metal. It's kind of reflective. So like, it's gonna kind of want to reflect this mustache on its surface, right? We're going to get more of the sky kind of. So we have the metal changing direction, right? There's the front of the lens is this plane, and then the top is this plane. You get like a 90-degree bend, but you don't get like a razor sharp edge generally. Like you can, but like in most cases you actually have it softened because it's easier to do it that way. It's better material finish feel. That's lots of reasons. So instead of it being like a perfect edge where there is no transition of the angle, you get like a little bevel to it, right? And that bevel actually causes all the reflections that would be coming at different directions to kind of collapse down into that edge. So we're going to get more of kind of like the sky above kind of wrapping into that edge. Now, of course, again, we don't want it to be super bright, so we're not going to push it too hard, but we are going to get like a line that it picks up that implies kind of like it's reflecting the sky and other things above and in front of the character kind of idea, right? And it can even go kind of all the way here and there. It really depends on how reflective this surface is. If it was like chrome finish, it would be much brighter, much sharper with like deeper and darker shadows in places. In the art world, everything is relative. A little bit of that green underglow there. Okay, so got the mustache glowing majestically. It might be a little too far. Need to maybe balance that out with everything else. Kind of kick it back a bit more, perhaps. Can come in and use our mask layer effect and just kind of like pull it back to being more closely only, you know, where the light from the lens is kind of hitting it. And again, I do want some of that scattering through. It's maybe a little bit closer to that. Yeah. The purple light might be too harsh on the helmet, but like it's actually a little bit hard to tell at this exact moment. Where's that even coming from? Oh, it's drawn right on it. Whoops. Especially since the shoulder should be kind of blocking it a bit there. Same with the mustache here, perhaps. Okay. So something like that looks a little more like, okay. It definitely needs the purple glow from underneath, but yeah. Somewhere a little more like that might look correct. A little more on the side of the droid, probably. Same here. Although now we need a bit more glow from the sky. I'm gonna have that kind of casting a shadow there, so it's more interesting. And I mean, this is behind us, so we're actually gonna only try to hit the edge. But Larry droid, you need a bit of that treatment on the back there. That's gonna be strong enough because it's facing it directly. Seems fine. Okay. Do a bit of that here. Could make the plastic pumpkin a light source. That's true. It's just, if you get too many light sources everywhere, it kind of gets a little too jumbled. It's important to have hierarchy. Right now, that mustache is glowing way too strongly for the like headlight thing that it's got going on. So I'm gonna knock that back. It's just definitely not actually supposed to be that bright. Okay, bring that up a bit more. That might be a bit better. I think maybe the eye needs to actually be punched up a bit. To make that work. Alright. Coming up on 420. So we're kind of getting close to, you know, getting a bit long for a stream, but there's a lot to do still. And I kind of want to get as much as I can done in one sitting. So let's just see how far we can go with it before calling it. Okay, so that arm's pretty good. see, this is all... Here, I'm gonna do another layer on top. Okay, so the trick is, how do we get it to look like marker? Hmm. Suppose if it has like a reflection that is totally flat on the dome, like it's not affected by the actual marker creating depth, that kind of would work. Maybe. Because it just shows that it's a surface thing. Doesn't have any depth to it. Also, I suppose if it was like chunkier lines instead of coming to a sharp point, that might suggest that it was, you know, drawn with a specific kind of like pen nib. And actually, I think squiggles that are kind of looping would look correct for this, right? Like you see them kind of zigzagging the marker back and forth. To create this look. There we go. That helps it feel more like a marker drawing. Okay. They just like missed some spots here and there. Got a little lazy with it, kind of thing. Yeah, that looks a little bit more like a marker kind of drawing here. Lots of little kind of gaps. Nice. Marker even skipped a beat there and left a little kind of dot. so all that can merge down. And we'll get some nice kind of deep shadows here. And get a little bit of the atmosphere color on the shoulder here. The junction where the arm here is meeting with the shoulder, we can get like a little bit of kind of light catching that edge. As the surface kind of wraps to meet it, right? So we're gonna get this orange glow going on here. Or purple. That is definitely not orange. Maybe a little hint of it here. Because there's just all these lights at the edge of the pool, right? So that would kind of make sense. Also with the hair, I'm just thinking of this now, but I could see there being this kind of like red kind of reflection on it too. From the cape behind it. Depending on how much light is hitting the cape to kind of like bounce onto the surface, right? Probably not a lot of light happening, but kind of like the idea of doing that. Hopefully that kind of seems like someone took a marker and scribbled on their head. If their head is, you know, a big metal dome. Okay. I think I want to shorten this and make it more like that. Just seemed a little long. And we'll get a bit of the purple. All right. Let's see. Okay. All right. this a save. Oh, all right. So there's definitely a lot of little areas I need to kind of tweak still. The shark, I want to get that like purple water suds glowing happening. I want the water cascading down the side to interact with the green glow and the orange and all kinds of things happening with liquids and lights. Um, looks like the Larry droid is holding the original cauldron. That's pretty good. Let's see. Plenty to do, honestly. Okay. The lens on the shark is a bit wonky. Let's deal with the shark right now. I think there's a couple of things that just don't look good yet, so we can just kind of quickly address those. Okay, so first of all, this is going to get the purple from below, I should imagine. Because it's kind of sitting out where the light from the pool might be able to get at it, but then the teeth are maybe blocking some of that. But it's a pretty wide light source, so not very clear cast shadows. The droid torso itself, same kind of deal. We're going to get the purple glow on them. And it's not going to be very strong everywhere. But a hint of it is a good idea. Get a bit of that kind of autumn sky kind of lighting up the side as well. And the actual shark outfit is definitely gonna need some work. So we're gonna get the bubbles happening for sure. This could be a good spot where we can like really see what the bubbles look like. And if we want to kind of adhere to kind of like how these would probably look, it's going to be kind of like lighting the inside surface. So we'll have the light coming from below and hitting the top of the bubble and reflecting towards us. So the tops of these bubbles are going to have the light kind of on them. But then we can get stuff like the surface of those bubbles could reflect other light sources, like the eyes and stuff. And especially if it's like very, churning water, really active and roiling, we're gonna get more light kind of being affected because there's just more angles kind of bending light towards us happening. If it was like perfectly calm, still water, we'd have so little light kind of working on the surface that it'd be hard to see what's going on. But like often you get these like fuzzy micro bubbles that are kind of super tiny and they pop very fast and stuff. So that's gonna help kind of like light it up like that, right? At the same time, I don't want to like overdo it. I want to have enough range that I can kind of hint at, like, this is the surface of a liquid. And I think I'll even start to kind of like get a layer of this like orange interacting with it in a few choice spots that might just kind of push the idea of this water surface. So here's the water surface layer. I'll try it here, but it might not be the correct layer to really tackle this. Add glow. Gonna lose it there. Under Larry, maybe get some of it here. There's not a lot of spots that it would make sense to have this light kind of mix in. We'll knock that back. Just a subtle combination of light, I guess. I like doing fancy traps, what can I say? I just have fun with it and just keep going. Okay. Alright, let's do a bit of a purple glow from the lighting under the water. Maybe get a hint of it back here. Well, it's probably leaning against the side, so there's not going to be much chance for that light to scoot past. But a hint of it, maybe. The fin itself here would definitely benefit from it. In fact, I will merge those down together, and we'll do add glow layer here with the purple. And there, that's actually finally going to get a nice strong cast light, or cast shadow on it. Okay. I think the top of this fin I want to be darker too. save that. And I need this eye to kind of match the Larry eye over there. I'm going to do a layer on top. Bit of an add glow here. Clip it down. And actually behind it, it's a good idea to have this kind of like color of light just kind of bleed out a bit. Should be brighter than that. But by kind of like having this bloom of color, it helps imply the light source has a specific color to it. Not that it's not obvious, it's just like if the light source were even brighter, for example, like if I did this, it's gonna, you know, like by having the kind of like color bloom behind it, it's going to just work even better. Alright. Okay, so let's give this a save. Let's look at this in grayscale. It's been a little while since we looked at it like that. And I think we can maybe get like the sidewalls of the barrel to kind of like turn more, kind of give it more three-dimensional kind of quality to it. Maybe actually I don't need that dark. Yeah, it's too dark. Let's drop that down. And grab that, do that treatment to it. Alright. Now what I can do is mask this off if I want kind of like more regular light to kind of like catch the edge there. And what I'll probably do is do an add glow for here. And we got a bit of a rim light happening. Okay, and so the barrel rings here, same kind of idea. It's fine as high as it was. We'll do a bit more of the sky kind of reflected into this. But again, because we're looking at metal, and the edge, like a 90-degree turn on that metal, it's going to be kind of compressed down onto that edge. Just picking up the whole environment around. Okay, but we need to deal with how the water effect is working off the side of the barrel, because right now I don't think it's clear that it's splashing water out. And one way to make it really work easily would be to like turn the water into this purple glowing potion. That's certainly an option. Might be a good kind of like fallback if we need it. Also, this goblet has not really had anything done to it yet. Because we're considering this to be like maybe a glass, we could probably drop a lot of the dark shadows, although maybe that's exactly what we want on it. So the fun thing about glassware is you want it to be, you know, let's say it is glass, it's going to be transparent, but it's also going to refract light. And then where there's liquid filling it, it's going to kind of like invert or like cause the light to, you know, bend all wonky. We have blood in this, we'll say, some kind of red crimson liquid to kind of it's not going to be see-through, so that's fine. But the goblet itself, for the most part, probably going to be see-through. I'm just going to flatten this down and paint over it. It's fine. It's fine. So we'll just kind of paint the scene behind it and pretend that it's transparent. And at the edges, we're going to kind of warp it more. Going to get deep shadows in a lot of it. Merge that down. Like, why is this not going black? What is affecting this? I feel like there's a green light on this, but it could also just be relative colors kind of playing off each other and making it look a different color. That does happen. All right. Okay, so now I'm kind of doing this a weird, difficult way, but it's fine. Do the liquid here. How would this hemoglobin react to this purple light, I wonder? What? I mean, green's not really going to do much on a red light, but we are kind of considering this to be like glass, so the surface of the glass can at least kind of reflect that green environment around it more specularly. But this crimson isn't gonna kind of get a lot of that color. Gonna get more kind of warm colors here from the sky. Glass is one of those things where, like, the more face on it is, the less kind of like direct reflection you're gonna get. But like as it turns away, it's gonna get more reflective. Okay. That's why I'm having it pick up more color at those edges. Might combine those colors and kind of like fill in a bit more. You get them kind of like reflecting to the other side a little bit. Though in this case, that really wouldn't end up happening. It'd be more of the blood color is kind of going to be picking up here, maybe. Oh yeah, there's the idea of like having the dentures in the liquid. That's kind of a fun one. Also, I like the kind of potential look of it having like this gold kind of trim on the goblet, making it like extra fancy. So we need to be above here. Maybe the rim of this. Yay for unnecessary details. You know I love them. Okay, so that might just be distracting. But I mean, it's a vampire. It wants to be flashy. They're very dramatic. These creatures of the night. They go in for a good flare. So, stands to reason they might have like a gold bedazzled, bejeweled goblet. Okay, so now we are gonna just kind of knock that all back, right? And only let some of it kind of catch the light. Polished gold has quite a strong reflecting kind of like nature to it, right? So we do want it to kind of catch and glow, but I'll try to not go too crazy. Glow dodge is always a good one for gold, I find. Maybe we'll go... might be too red. Okay. So, that's an idea anyways. Yeah. Bedazzled goblet with Sharpie hair. Correct. They know what they're doing. They know where their priorities are. Okay. So I think we want to get some nice kind of light capturing on the goblet. So oh, that's the liquid. There's a lot of layers in this goblet here. There we go. So we're gonna grab that. We're gonna go all the way up to here, and we're gonna put that in a folder so it's easier to manage. Okay. Wowza, we are at 5 o'clock. It's gone pretty long. I did say I would be kind of doing a full day, but I think we'll wrap up here. There's still enough to go that it's like I could keep going for quite a while, but I don't want to overdo it. There's definitely many things left to detail, but I think we got to a pretty good point with it. Stuff like the feather here, really quickly, just to kind of see how that might look if we kind of be maybe more of a green because of the orange mixing, like a gray green kind of color instead of your sky blue, right? So orange and blue are like basically the opposite side of the color spectrum. Um, so they're gonna kind of really cancel each other out in terms of kind of like the color. So like this sky blue trying to be lit by this orange is just going to be like a washed out gray kind of look to it, right? But it's still going to look blue because even though we're like nowhere in the blue, because it's gray on an orange background, it's going to look blue. So that's kind of the idea of the color that I'm applying here. It's still a blue feather, so it's gonna, try and glow with that color, but the color that it is gonna play well with is the purple, right? So we're gonna be able to get some of the hot tub glow on the feather, and that's gonna be able to pick up a bit of that. Don't want to overdo it, but and then with the edge of the light here, I think we'll even still get like this moon light kind of overpowering it a bit, maybe. I don't know, something like that, maybe. It's not quite right, but again, I think I'm kind of gonna wrap today because there's a lot left to do, but I think we got pretty far along, and I'm fairly happy with it. There's so things that I would like to address on this. Let's actually watch the time lapse while we discuss. Obviously, like the water element, I haven't really done anything with that. That needs to be addressed. There's a lot of lights happening, so how that's going to work is going to be interesting to try and figure out. The kind of the gate that's blocking the way, I'm probably going to get more of this foggy mist kind of like breaking up these hard edges here. I like how it's blurred here to kind of like, say, don't look at this, it's not in focus, it's not important. I'll probably blur a bunch of background details, just kind of like move things around a little, maybe balance it better. But yeah, there's like the pumpkin basket, the cheese element. I still need to kind of figure out how I'm going to make that look correct. There was the idea of like adding lights on the gate. I think that could help. Torches, maybe one on the ground nearby, stuff like that. There's just like overall a lot of kind of like tweaks to the lighting. It's a very complicated lighting scene here, so it's an interesting one. I'm enjoying it. It's a good challenge, but definitely a lot to go on it still. Thank you very much, Uni. All right, so let's see. We're gonna save. I think I just did, but let's kind of wrap up with the time lapse review to see kind of like how this piece came together. And yeah, we'll put it to watch all. So obviously last week we had gotten together, we did a lot of sketching for the ideas on this piece. We're gonna move this down a little bit. Yeah, we'll put it in the middle, why not? So I had a lot of fun just kind of like scribbling all the ideas that kept coming in. A lot of really good interaction on the stream. Concepting is a lot of fun with other people. You kind of bounce things back and forth. Someone might have an idea of what it looks like, and then they share it, and I'll interpret that differently, and it'll end up being kind of like new to both of us. So that's fun. This one I really liked that idea. That one was a lot of fun. Especially because Cauldron became a character. But yeah, no, I mean, definitely got a lot done today. It's just a very detailed and very complicated scene, right? The lighting and the atmosphere really kind of adds a lot to it. in good ways, but it also makes it like more tedious to get through all of how that needs to be rendered to look good. But yeah, so here's the sketch that we were working from today, and we're gonna see more things come together before we actually get to today's work. So this is still from last week. But this one was my favorite sketch ultimately, and I'm glad that we ended up going in that direction. Yeah, this one was the next up. This one might have been the one that I would have figured out on my own to do. Like, I think I actually, yeah, so that's probably what I would have done if I didn't do the stream. Something like that might have kind of come to mind, and I might have tried that. But again, I don't know. I really like this one. The little driver chap is pretty fun. Yeah, lots of really good ideas that are all awesome. Like that one was so much fun. But again, it's just kind of like ultimately when it comes to okay, so here we are this week. Ultimately, what it comes to is kind of like what is going to be appealing to the most people, and you know, what's the scene that I'm going to enjoy kind of creating. And there's just so much to do, and this one is it. This one takes the cake for just like so much detail. So here we are just kind of cleaning up the sketch, trying to figure out how to make everything kind of work together. I really like the idea of the rope ladder. It just kind of like made it easier to kind of, you know, work with this idea of it floating around. It just looked more natural for something like this. And I also just like the idea that they can just kind of like hover along and be like, hey, climb on in and like climb this, you know, like rope ladder that you might have off the side of a helicopter in an adventure film. And I mean, I wouldn't want to climb that ladder that high up. It's a terrible looking ladder. There's way better ways to do it, but you know, we don't do the best ways of doing things. We do what would look good in universe. And so this is a weird old school barrel floating magically in the air, just gushing water at the side with a bunch of silly droids and silly costumes. But yeah, come on in. The water's great. Or the brew is great. It's invigorating. So here we are kind of like starting to block in the scene, creating the atmosphere. And I believe this is kind of where we got really started to kick off after lunch. So starting to kind of like build up this atmosphere. And right now, yeah, here is where we kind of shift. Like the value structure wasn't really clear enough, but you know now it's like okay, I'm kind of like telling you this is what I want you to be looking at. This is a subject. Whereas before it just kind of like was too everything was midtones and the wrong things had a lot of contrast. So addressing that was really critical to this kind of like reading cleaner. And so developing some of the kind of like highlights and stuff to kind of catch your eye. I really do like that shoulder. It works well, popped out nice and easy. Kind of more of that I think is going to end up in the final piece. Adding the light to the tub was pretty neat. I think that actually does help with the legibility of it all. But again, there's just so many different light sources that it's like a lot to kind of, you know, render out. But I think it's good. It's just the treatment of it, I still need to do a lot to it. Like it looks like it's getting close to being done, but I can tell that there's more that I want to kind of like get to the correct levels to really like look good. Yeah, that mustache is the light source the way it was. Too bright. Yeah, getting little fiddly details. You know, it's a lot to balance. But I think ultimately it's coming together quite well, and I can't wait to see this final piece. But I guess that'll be the situation for you as well because it should be Dave next week. And then the week after that, might be me, might be Dave, I don't know. But I'll probably end up finishing this piece off stream, and the next art stream will be working on something different, just because there is a lot more to be done on other pieces. And I think this is far enough along that, yeah, there we go, that it's not going to look significantly different is the thing. So it'd be better to have an art stream later that is, more kind of something new and fresh. Because, other than just kind of like filling in little details, not much is going to change on this piece. But, okay. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. I know I did. I'm going to share the Larry link again in case you missed it. Boop, there it is. Copy. Not a big kind of like cash out Larry link by any rights, but it might be good to have for reasons. But yeah, little skeleton paw. Side of the barrel might be too bright. Yeah, I agree. It's unbalanced. These are things that like I've been staring at it too long, and I'll be able to address them, as soon as I see it with fresh eyes. But that's that. I think we should call it a wrap today, because I need to just, let my brain rest. Streaming is kind of like intense, especially for streaming for, 6 hours straight. All right. Well, I think that's that. So thank you all so much for tuning in and being a part of this creation. This one specifically is a really cool one that is kind of designed entirely by the community that tune in. As I stated earlier, but I'm going to recap it here. The actual design, I came in with knowing what Trapskin we were going to create the design for, but literally didn't have any ideas intentionally, because I wanted it all to be, designed by the stream. So last week we did a whole bunch of sketches. All of them were ideas fed to me by the chat. And even after the stream ended, our Discord group, the MouseHunt community Discord, they were all kind of voting on the different designs, and they all well, it was actually pretty close between my two favorites, which was great because same wavelength there. That's awesome. But the mad scientist one was kind of second behind this one, and that one I was pretty happy with as well. But this one was my favorite, and it ended up winning by like 2 votes. So again, that was, entirely up to the community to decide, and I liked that a lot. And then today it was, mostly just kind of rendering what made sense and just kind of going off my own intuition, but I was taking as much kind of feedback from the chat as I could manage, and just, adapting it. Again, there's a lot that still needs to kind of be resolved, but it's kind of like self-driving at this point. Like I know, okay, I just need to do the lighting on this piece. I need to resolve the details on that. I need to kind of, balance these things, or kind of like, tune it this way and that. So I don't need the kind of like chat direction necessarily to do that. It's always nice to have, but again, I don't want to, take up all the bandwidth on one piece. It's fun to do a lot of different things, but that said, I'm going to wrap and say my outro now, because that's how I do. So, as always, I want you all to, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and yeah, hope you all have an awesome weekend. I shall see you probably 2 or 3 weeks. Depends, but yeah, it won't be me next week. That's certain. Actually, I think next week is Dave, and then the weekend, or the Friday after that, I think we have a work get together. So I probably won't see you for 3 weeks. So there you go. You'll be free of me. But yeah. All right. take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Happy hunting, all of y'all, and I shall catch you all later. All right. Bye-bye.